are united in diversity. We are very heterogeneous in our opinion.
We are doing this in our open democracies. Discussion is all open and loud, and I'm not for that.
What is European Union? What is freedom? How we learn together.
The obvious question is, what is the EU doing? What is our plan?
Good afternoon and welcome to the second half of day one of Politico's Competitive Europe Summit. My name is Joanna Roberts and I'm Politico's policy editor. So this morning we discussed how Europe is trying to position itself in the new world order, how it transforms its alliances and adapts its policies. We'll now turn to the flip side of that coin, Europe's quest for strategic autonomy in a multipolar world. We will be looking at autonomy through the security lens and discuss how Europe deals with this. In our next sessions, we'll dive into how the EU is handling one of the most important items on its agenda, defence. After that, we will discuss Europe's quest for energy security, independence and transition. We'll look at the daunting task of supporting the EU's pharmaceutical industry and ensuring its reliance in an increasingly competitive international market. And finally, we will look at food and agriculture security. Stay with us until the end of the day and hear from Dan Jorgensen, EU Commissioner for Energy and Housing, and Andrius Kubilius, the EU Commissioner for Defence and Space. We also have many other fantastic speakers later on in the summit, including Dacian Cioloș, former Prime Minister of Romania and former EU Commissioner for Food and Agriculture, as well as others this afternoon and into tomorrow. All the details of our programme are up to date and online. Before we kick off this afternoon, I would like to thank our partners for making the summit possible. We've got our leading partners, ASML, Bayer, FPA and Google, our presenting partners, Lilly, DP World, Revolut and Santander, and our knowledge partner, the McKinsey Global Institute. As you'll have heard me say before, we do love a good debate on stage in these halls and also online, so do share your thoughts with us on their social platforms like X, Blue Sky, LinkedIn and others. And please use the hashtag Politico Competitive Summit. One session will include Q&A this afternoon for our audience in the room. The session's indicated on the programme, and our moderator will let you know when Q&As will take place. And for this session, we're going to have a roving mic going around the room. During our networking breaks, our reporters and the Politico Pro support staff are in the corridors to connect, and you can also explore our partners' installations and meet fellow attendees. So to kick off the afternoon, we're going to hear from Max Müller, the Senior Vice President and Head of Global Public Affairs at Bayer. Max, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I was told I'm not allowed to show my 45 slides that the team presented and prepared, so I will try to keep this brief. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honored commissioners, members of the European Parliament, representatives of the European institutions, national governments, industry, civil society, it is a privilege to join you today at this Politico's Competitive Europe Summit, and I guess no one could have planned it for a better timing, given that we are coming together in exceptional times. Geopolitical shifts are in full swing. Fundamental beliefs that we grew up with over the last decades are changing as we speak and in record times. The political and economic power of Europe is on the line. We heard this many, many times, but most notably in global trade environment that just turned from a rules-based system that we so much love, and I dare to say in the Silicon Valley of regulation, towards a power-based trade system. Last week, many people around the globe questioned the ability of the EU of finding agreements that held up. Last Friday, I think quite a lot, and I'm also part of the pharmaceutical sector, had questions whether whatever has been agreed is still valid. And it was based on an assumption that Europe is weak. Well, they were wrong. Europe is not weak. But if this episode tells us one thing, is that Europe needs to be strong to have influence. It needs to be politically, economically, democratically, and socially strong to have its voice heard around the globe in a context of an increasing fragmented world. That's why the question of this week, the question of a competitive Europe, is the most relevant of our time. Again, we have heard this many, many times, but we need to strengthen our resilience to becoming more competitive and sustainable at the same time. And for this, we need to act, and we need to act fast. Ladies and gentlemen, we grew up in peaceful times in Europe. That has changed with the war at our borders. We grew up with unwavering security guarantees through a powerful alliance, and at least to some extent, this perception at least has changed. We grew up with companies such as ours living in a rules-based trade system under rules of organizations such as the World Trade Organizations, on just-in-time supply chains, and on a world where we were used to open borders and open markets. That is changing too. So in these exceptional times of multiple crises, people question the European Union instead of strengthening it. Some try even to divide it. But I'm convinced that more than ever, we need more Europe rather than less. But it has to be stronger, it has to be more future-proof, and it has to act faster. For this, we need not only be great in analysis, because we have heard these words too many times. In the discussion around competitiveness, Mario Draghi was right 1 year ago, and he is still right. We urgently need to deepen the internal market and focus on better funding for enterprises by implementing an EU savings and investment union. In the discussion about new technologies, the critics are right. Europe is too slow, too bureaucratic, and sometimes even too unambitious. While others thrive in innovation and disruption, we tend to regulate and defend. This is not how we are going to define the future. One example, and I dare to say, in the discussion of prices for medicine, a business that I'm into and that our company is into, it is true that we see a global imbalance in the funding of research and innovation. But Europe countries can and should strengthen these investments in the development of new treatments, reevaluate the way how they value innovation, and not only talk about resilience, but really mean what they say. More resilience is not about isolation. Europe must remain a champion of free trade. Trade deals like Mercosur are not a threat for us. They are strengthening us. Europe must, and I'm convinced will, continue to pursue ambitious trade agreements that open markets, secure supply chains, and create opportunities not only for businesses, but also for the people that are working in those companies, whether they be small or large. Well, there will be a lot of analysis, but what are we doing? I would like to take two quick examples, because I know I'm running out of time to present here, but I think in the sector of agriculture, something that is a popular part in discussions in and about Europe, we can see those tendencies. Farmers, not only in Europe, face unprecedented pressure to produce more with less. Less land, less water, fewer inputs, while the climate grows harsher by the year. And yet, with innovation, agriculture can move from being part of the problem to become part of the solution. And I'm proud to say that Europe will surely leave its marks at COP30 in Berlin. Think of biotechnology. Think about crops that could use nitrogen more efficient, plants that are resilient to drought and heat. Those are things that are being developed and researched in Europe, but unfortunately, we're too slow to get them to the market. The current push for simplification is a unique chance to streamline and speed up approval processes, and we have seen in the COVID crisis that Europe can and is able to produce safety as well as speed at the same time. When we look into the framework for new genomic techniques, we hope that they will be adopted without further delays. If we truly believe in agriculture as a strategic sector for Europe, our policies must reflect that. The same logic applies for health. Europe has world-class science, fantastic universities, super motivated young people, but too often these excellent stalls and the lab that has this wonderful ideas and developments is moved to countries outside of the EU, into regions where discoveries turn into life-changing medicines and profitable companies. Cell and gene therapies offer breakthroughs that could slow, prevent, and even reverse diseases. But let me be very clear. If Europe continues to regulate yesterday's risks, while others build tomorrow's cures, we will continue to fall behind. Here, intellectual property plays a decisive role. It gives innovators confidence to invest in high-risk, high-reward science, and it enables us to early knowledge sharing these progresses to also serve the society. To achieve a vision for Europe that is really an enabling environment, one needs to build regulatory agility, attract investments, and have attractive investment conditions and collaborative ecosystems. Such an environment will accelerate the translation of research and in vaccines into treatments and cures, and ensure that patients will continue to gain timely access to innovation. Now, as my time is running out, ladies and gentlemen, I'm more than happy to attend this conference, and we were happy to be part of a lot of discussions, surely analysis, and I know there will be a great panel following me, but really this is a call for actions because we are seeing more and more people moving and questioning the ability of Europe to really be different than just slow. And to close, one great European, and as a young German, I saw him quite often. Helmut Kohl once said, "The strength of Europe lies in its ability to learn from its past and shape a better future." There is no better quote for what is lying ahead of us when it comes to competitive Europe. Thank you very much for listening. I wish us all a fantastic conference and, more importantly, actions that will come out of this. Thank you very much.
Hello, and welcome back to Politico's Competitive Europe Summit. My name is Jan Chański, and I'm a senior policy editor at Politico, and I'm in charge of mobility, and I'm also the defense editor. And defense is what we're going to be looking at in this panel, and the name of the panel is A New Era for Defense, Will Procurement Secure Europe's Autonomy? And we're going to be talking about procurement and the defense ramp-up in light of the existential threat that is posed by Russia. The risk of war is real. I was just at a conference in Warsaw a couple of days ago, and there Prime Minister Tusk, in the wake of the overflight by the Russian drones, did say that there is a strange form, but some form of war is starting with Russia. Coupled with that is the problems, looming collapse of the traditional alliance with the United States. I think anybody who watched that frankly bizarre speech by Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth yesterday to the gathered admirals and generals of the U.S. military should have no illusion that something is different with America. In a sense, that means that Europe has to stand alone, and the question is, how fast will it be able to do that? And does it have the resources to be able to stand alone in terms of defense? We've got a great panel to tackle just those issues. So starting from my left, we have Klaus Welle. Oh, where's my thing? Klaus Welle, the chairman of the Academic Council of the Wilfried Martens Center for European Studies. Then Marie-Agnes Strack-Zimmermann, who is an MEP with Renew Europe and chair of the European Parliament's SEDE committee, which is in charge of defense. And then Camille Grand, the Secretary General of ASD, representing European aerospace, security, and defense industries. I'd like to start with Marie-Agnes to see if we can generate a little bit of news. The trilogues are ongoing on EDIP, the $1.5 billion injection into the European defense industry. Can you bring us up to speed? The hope was that this would be resolved in the next few weeks. Are we reaching that, and what are the big stumbling blocks to getting there?
Thank you very much. First of all, I need more sunglasses than...
it's very bright.
Yeah, it's very bright, but it's okay. I think this topic is a bright one. So anyway, we are on a good way after 2 years. I mean, for me, I'm here now for 1 year, and EDIP, it's not a new idea. And now I would say we are really close by to have a possibility going on. The question is, or the question will be less the Commission or the members of Parliament. And especially in our Security Committee, we are 42 colleagues from many different countries, but we are really close, without 2 persons, but anyway, sorry that they are from Germany, but it could happen. Nevertheless, the thing will be what the Council will do, because we know the Council, there are 27 countries. So the ambassador of Denmark, he has really a job to do, but I'm really optimistic because, very simple, we could see what happens now. And there is no discussion anymore. Is it a dangerous situation? What could be happen? Oh, come on! It's not so worse. Be cool and stay calm. No, the reality arrived 3.5 years ago, but now it's really arrived Europe, in the heart of Europe. And so I'm optimistic that we will find a solution. And so it's very important not only for the big countries. Also for the smaller countries, it's really very important for their industry, because for people living there, we have to find a possibility talking to the public opinion. And you could talk to public opinion if they realized that to invest in military equipment, it's also in investing in security for civil questions. And there are jobs, and you create jobs. So it's not only a question of the big countries, it's for the small countries and also for countries who are interested in joining this program, even they are not member of the European Parliament.
And so you've got a large, as you were saying, a large committee, MEPs from across Europe. Do you find that there are deep differences in urgency, in the desire, in the willingness to spend money the further you are from Russia? If you're in Spain or Portugal or Italy, is it just less pressing that there's other economic needs, and it's much more difficult to convince people from those regions that this is serious, or is that changing?
I think it's better now. It's true. It's a question of where is your country, the geographical situation. Of course, if you have a Russian border. For example, our Finnish friends with 1,500 kilometer Russian border, you know what I'm talking about. But it's true, it has something to do, but if I always said Spain and Portugal, my Portuguese colleagues say stop, don't say both countries, because I think the problem is, yes, the Spanish colleagues are far away. You know, we have also the discussion in NATO about the 5%. But anyway, I think that our job is, to go forward. I mean, it's not possible to wait for this country who is slow. We have to go forward, and I'm sure that everybody really realizes that we have no time anymore, and that Putin, I mean, all this trouble we could see, all the drones, I mean, it's a huge theater. You know, it's a proof of what happens in Europe. Are they nervous? Yes, there are. Discussions, yes, discussions all over. But first of all, it's a test if we are really able to fight against this kind of drones, for example. And it's really terrible because, you know, we know as politicians who are working in this security topics for years, it's not a new thing. We have in Germany, all over in Europe, when we educate Ukraine soldiers all over drones. I mean, it's not a new thing, but now there are many of them, and we find a solution. So this pressure, it's very important for us to realize that we have to react, and I'm positive because, you know, if somebody says, take your time, then he really doesn't see what happens and what's going on.
Great, thanks. A big issue is, and we hear this through the national financial programs, and then especially with what the EU is trying to do, is to boost Europe's defense industry. I was, maybe Camille and Klaus, I'll get you to hop in on this. Does Europe have too fragmented a defense industry to be able to step up to this sort of thing? What procedures do we use to ensure that there's better cooperation among member countries and to better integrate the defense industry to be able to do that?
My view is that, and we've been working on this with the Martin Center over the last 2 years, cooperation we've had for a very long time, but what we really would need is an internal market for defense products. And there's a study from the European Parliamentary Research Service, I think from 2023, saying that we are wasting 30% of expenditure because we don't have an internal market on defense. So if I take the German figures, now in this budgetary year, the expectation is 80 billion for procurement, 30% wasted is 25 billion euro. We can't do that anymore. And honestly, if I would be the French state president, which fortunately for me and for France, I'm not. But if I would be the French state president, this is the time to take an initiative, speak to Friedrich Merz and say, let's create that single market in defense. Because otherwise we will have a building up of the German defense industry, which is maybe not good also from an overall European perspective. So France could profit, the other ones could profit, Germany would spend much less, and Europe would profit because we have more integration.
Maybe to add to this a few things. I mean, first of all, indeed, and Klaus was alluding to this, one of the problems is the fragmentation of demand. So there is a bit of a back and forth there of saying industry is too fragmented when the demand is fragmented. So we have 26 militaries, 30 if you count the NATO environment, that each come with their requirements, and sometimes it's a bit ridiculous to see how those requirements are diverging on things that should be very, very straightforward. And I think this is one element. Then some form of consolidation of industries has already happened in several domains. It's also taking place. I think if we can, the issue is to strike the right balance between some healthy competition, which is, I think, good for the customer to be offered a range of products and a range of options, and some consolidation of that offer so that we don't have multiple programs running. I would just inject maybe a dose of caution on some of the numbers that are floated sometimes, because when people say we have 10 times more tanks than the US, it often confuses legacy equipment, current production, and all of that. I think it's not as clear-cut as it is. So I think it's really important to be very accurate, and there are enormous nuances depending if you're talking about the naval sector, the aerospace sector, the land sector, and where there, in some instances, there are clear European champions that already exist. In others, we still see a fragmentation with each country or each country with some solid defense industry wanting to preserve their national champions.
So politically, that's a big issue. And if you've got, I was talking to the chairman of Saab in Warsaw a couple of days ago, and so his line on cooperating on any big multinational next generation fighter jet programs is that Saab has to retain the ability to be a final producer of an OEM of jets. That's logical from the Swedish and Saab viewpoint, perhaps less logical from a European viewpoint. So how do you go about ensuring there's going to be winners and losers on that sort of thing? So how does that get finessed politically to for European interest to override national interest?
No, I mean, that is a very interesting case, because if you look at the number of players that are capable of producing a fighter jet in Europe, you have, two, three maybe, depending on how you count. That's the same thing in the US, by the way. So it's not as if we were horribly not integrated and so on. So at the moment, we do have two or three, also if you bring in the UK into the equation, we have two or three major primes that are willing and capable of doing this. So the issue is, how do you build cooperation in that particular context? Retaining know-how is sometimes a demand from the states. It's often a demand from the companies as well to make clear that they want to keep that ability, and that is absolutely fine. The issue is, how do you move from there into major projects of cooperation once you move forward? And there, I think we can do better at facilitating cooperation, making sure that we have not only interoperable, but cooperation that enable a large participation of the ecosystem and all of that. And that is where the EU and the national governments can probably move to the next phase.
Mary Agnes, is that a role for the EU? Should Brussels step in at that point? I think that.
Sure. The question is, for example, the FCAS.
Yeah.
So France and Germany try to work together, I would say. It's not so easy to work together, that's the reality. And to build or create a new fighter generation, you just said it, Germany and France, France and Germany, on the other hand, Sweden and Great Britain. I mean, it's really unbelievable. Now, of course we have to work together. And the question will be, if this fighter is ready for takeoff, to make it simple, it is an answer of the challenges which we could see now, because when this project started, how many years ago?
10 years.
10 years, yes, 10 years. So and then you could see what happens in Ukraine. You could see that we have huge problems in question of drones. 10 years ago, drone was definitely no topic. Now we could see, and the first time when we saw it was in the war Azerbaijan Armenia, and you could see that this weapon make a decision. So we now find a way, but how could I say, we have to realize that maybe sometimes, I wouldn't say it, sometimes you have to stop something and you have to find a new idea, because we have a totally different situation if you compare it 10 years ago.
In all fairness, the FCAS had and still has a very strong dimensions of having it's a future combat system. It has a whole dimension of unmanned systems that accompanies the fighters and all of that. So I think it's cooperation is always challenging and can be very difficult. There are ups and downs in the cycle of such a project, but I think but those long-term engagements, and whether we're looking at any producer, and Europe makes no exception for that, those are multi-year and probably decades projects over time. What's important is to make sure that the projects can evolve over time, can incorporate new technologies and build up the next generation of capabilities. And this is where I think the industry is capable of delivering this. Do we need to be more agile as the customer, as the industry? Certainly, yes. But I think it is sometimes we have to maybe distinguish those projects where we need to be very fast in developing the technology for literally today, and those much longer term commitments which are building up on R&D, on the future. And when you design, whether it's a fighter jet or a air combat environment, or whether you design a naval platform that will be in service in 30 years from now, what is the most critical part is to allow its evolution over time and all of that. And that is of course very demanding in terms of cooperation.
Klaus, you talked about an internal market for defense products. Again, we're sort of running into here, we're hearing the issue of who makes the decisions and how you get countries to coordinate. So if there is success in creating more of an internal market on defense, who should be in the driver's seat for those big defense projects? Is it national capitals? Does the EU play a role? How do we ensure that this sort of happens successfully?
Yeah, you see, this cooperation, coordination, that's the method how we have been doing things up to now. But I don't think they have been very successful. There's a recent paper out by POLITIco and Guntram Wolf on procurement in Germany, and the answer is 50% goes just to German companies, 35% to companies which are co-owned by Germans, 15% to the US, and 0.5% to the European Union. I don't know whether the figure is right, I'm not a scientist, but that's what they say, and they have a procurement tracker, which is live tracking the procurement done by all the states. So that's why I think we need to change of method. We need a market, we need to open up for market. We should have European procurement, also in the defense sector, because probably we will need it. And when I listen to people from the German Ministry of Defense, they don't have very polite words to say about their French colleagues. And when you listen to French people from the Ministry of Defense, they don't have very polite words to say about the German colleagues. So I think we are coming to the end of this kind of things because simply we need speed, and that is not producing speed. We are too expensive, we are too slow, and we are producing too small numbers. We are not scaling. Yes, we can speak about Gripen, but how many Gripen are delivered every year? We're in the single digit, if I know this correctly. We don't have this luxury anymore. We are, as it has been said, we are living in kind of pre-war times. We hope not, but all the indications are. So I think we need a quantum leap, and that would then not be about coordination. That would be about the market.
And I'm interested in getting a sense of where America fits into this. Traditionally, America has supplied more than half of Europe's defense purchases have come from the States. But a lot of what we're seeing with EDIP, with the SAFE program that the EU has put together, there's a very strong focus on nurturing and pumping that money into European companies. Does Europe still need American companies? And is there a political risk in the era of Donald Trump of actively working to exclude American companies from these procurement deals inside Europe that Washington will retaliate?
You're
in the hot seat,
yes.
So yeah.
Okay, first of all, it's absolutely correct that we have to find a European way. But the reality is that, of course, the next years we need the input of the United States. But we could make the difference, and I know there are many big, even big US companies who are really nervous now because they realize that there are many countries, many companies who say, okay, we are really willing to find a European way to become more independent, not complete independence. This is, I think, I think it's the right way. But if you ask me now, yes, we need the abilities from the US still. And Donald Trump, he knows it. Of course he knows it, but I think the reality shows that how important it is to become independent, because you could see what happens in Ukraine. So there are so many, I mean, the United States, they have everything. But you know, when I was studying, I mean, it's 45 years ago, they have discussions in the United States about about space, and not only in a good way space, what could happen if, and nobody in Europe was really thinking about, hey, what could happen? So you know what I mean? We are nearly 30, 40 years back. So it's a possibility now to become more independent, but anyway, for the next years we need also components from the United States.
I think there are two things there. I mean, first, with regard to US policy, we have to recognize that, first of all, the US is not a gigantic Walmart or Deleuze that is available where you can find everything tomorrow. There are delivery times, there is competition with other markets. So, you know, it's not as if there was this off-the-shelf, this notion that we buy off-the-shelf from America because it takes time to produce in Europe is misleading, because it takes time to produce in the US as well. And that is a fact for today for existing equipment. Second thing, the US will remain, the US defense companies and defense equipment will remain part of European security for the foreseeable future, if only because there are many European countries that are wedded to major European American products, and that will last for years ahead. Thirdly, the US, and we have to recognize that, not only because of Trump and political reasons, but the US defense industrial base is struggling to meet simultaneously a US demand, including a rebuilding of US capacity, and that's the priority of the Pentagon, the demands of US allies in the Indo-Pacific and in the Middle East, and European demands. And I don't know where we stand in this list of priorities. So we have to be aware of that, because this is not as if it was very straightforward and it suffices to sign a check and you get what you want. On top of that, I think it is also fair as Europeans to recognize that we need to be doing much more by ourselves to be able to meet the requirements of our forces, to build up this capacity. And on this, I'm extremely confident that the European industry is absolutely capable of delivering 99% of the capabilities that we need. We are not behind the curve on that. We have very capable companies. We have very smart startups all over Europe in the defense field that can deliver this. So based on this, we need to really identify where we want to continue to cooperate with the US because it makes sense, where there are some legacy projects that will continue. And at the end of the day, when you look at EU regulation, and I hear and understand the fear of some American companies, but when you look at it, nothing is preventing the procurement by national defense ministries of US equipment. The whole debate revolves around where does EU money go, and that is a bit of a no-brainer, as the US would say. The US taxpayer money goes to the US, to US companies. So for me, it's a sort of fairly simple fact. The fact that, okay, you want on very urgent requirements or specific requirements to create a little room for maneuver on this, why not? But the reality is that the debate seems to focus very much on the EU regulation, when the EU regulation is only shaping a small portion of the market by comparison with what's done domestically, and that remains, nobody's forbidding anyone to choose an American product if they want to. But I would really suggest that it's important for the Europeans to grow their capabilities. And if I may end on one last thought, I would say especially in the domain of critical enablers, where the dependencies are the strongest. So this is where the Europeans, when it comes to command and control, space, airborne surveillance, you name it, we really need command and control. We need to be on top of our game, because this is where the dependencies are the strongest, I'm afraid.
Klaus, what's your thought on the American dimension?
If I take the same paper, I hope it's a good paper by POLITIco and others, they are saying that they don't find in their procurement tracker, they don't find these American figures. The figure for Germany was 15%. The figure for France and even for Poland was not so. Poland was higher, but then came in South Korea. So the real issue seems the procurement to European Union countries. And the figures for the US seem to be exaggerated in the debate, so maybe we don't have a real issue there. I think the real issue is not the US. The real issue, how are we procuring among ourselves outside the national arena? And there, this figure they have at least of 0.5% for Germany is absolutely striking. But I agree fully with Camille. We have the possibilities in Europe. We just have to use them. But when we have a look at how much is being built up in capacity, the one company who has really built up capacity in advance is Rheinmetall. They have more than 40% of their additional staff. The other companies are between +10 and -10%. So we are not yet creating the capacities we need to fulfill the needs we have in the military.
And what's your take on the 150 billion euro SAFE program is very strongly geared towards joint procurement, that there's this push to among European countries, the UK, Canada, maybe South Korea, maybe Turkey will be in there as well. But the idea is that the countries will be buying together to cut costs and to become more efficient. Is that the? What do you think of that program? And is that a sensible approach?
I think it's great. It's exactly what we needed. In the absence of an internal market, we need to create incentives that some countries are cooperating. And honestly, the debate we are having about the US would never have about Europe. So we should do this with self-confidence. We need to build up our own capacities. The European Commission has been doing a lot now, also in the support of startups. 131 billion in the next MFF foreseen for defense or defense-related expenditure. And this 150 billion now in SAFE, they give the possibility for the next European Council to discuss and hopefully decide on very precise cooperation projects.
What's your thought on that?
SAFE is very focused on immediate requirements and enabling budget decisions by countries that are, by the way, the allocation of the funding from that perspective is pretty precise in the sense that it benefits those countries that need additional loans and additional borrowing to be able to meet their demands. So I think SAFE is a very good tool from that perspective, and incentivizing joint procurement is also a smart way in that particular context. I think the interesting thing is to see, and I think this is an ongoing conversation with the Commission, is to see, okay, where will the Commission position itself? It is not, we're going to have very expanded defense budgets in Europe. That is a fact. So essentially defense budgets are going to double, and probably procurement is going to more than double across Europe. From that perspective, what the Commission is doing is only a fraction of that. So where can the Commission make a difference to facilitate and encourage cooperation? What's the governance of that? And I think I think there are lots of things to be refined there, because part of the requirements come from the NATO arena, part of the requirements, those who buy remain the national defense ministries. So how do we make that system work and be efficient for the customer and and to deliver a bigger bank or euro, if I may put it this way? And that's the joint challenge that we have to face.
Mary Agnes, what's your take on SAFE and that approach to trying to bring more coordination to arms purchases?
It's really a great chance now to start. A little bit late, but I hope not too late. And it's really a chance even for smaller countries. And this is the idea, not only for the big one. Yeah. I mean, if you see the big one in big countries, it's not a question to find money, but for the smaller countries. And again, it's very important for smaller countries because they have to explain their public what's going on. And if the public realized that to invest in military equipment, it's not because we are looking and happy, wow, there is war, so that it's important to protect people. And on the one hand and on the other hand, there are new jobs, new possibilities. So it's really important that we find a way working together. Let me say, I'm a little bit optimistic, and I think in these times it's a lot.
We're almost out of time, so I'm going to ask one question with a one-word answer, please. Are we doing this fast enough to fend off a potential Russian threat? So we'll start with Klaus.
Only if the US remain reliable, which we don't know.
Agnes?
We have to speed up, absolutely. No discussions. Okay, sorry, second word.
Of course we have to speed up, but I think we also have to recognize that we have a window of a few years, and this is where we need to speed up. And this is what the military commanders are telling us.
Super. Thank you very much to the panel. And I think really sort of chewing into a crucial issue which we'll be talking about for many, many years to come, because I don't think this threat that we're facing is going to go away at any time soon. Please stay seated, and I'd like to invite Victor Jack to the stage, and he'll be monitoring the next panel, which is a policy spotlight discussion powering Europe. Thank you.
We are united in diversity. We are very heterogeneous in our opinion.
We are doing this in our open democracies, discussing this all open and loud, and I'm not for that.
What is European Union? What is freedom? How we learn together.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. My name is Victor Jack, energy reporter here at Politico. With high energy prices continuing to throttle the bloc's heavy industry, and a year since Mario Draghi warned of a mammoth funding gap on clean technologies, the pressure is on for EU energy chief Dan Jorgensen to deliver, and fast. Since taking office last year, the European Commission has not been idle, far from it, rolling out a sweeping blueprint for bringing down energy prices, announcing a new package to overhaul the bloc's creaking grids, and unveiling a bold proposal to end Russian energy imports for good. But the question is now whether that'll be enough, and how these plans fare against brutal geopolitical winds blowing from the US and beyond, as well as internal opposition from countries like Hungary and Slovakia. Now, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Commissioner Jorgensen to the stage. So thank you so much for joining us, Commissioner. I understand we don't have a huge amount of time, so we'll try and get through as many topics as we can. So during an event to mark the one-year anniversary of his landmark report, Draghi didn't exactly hold back. I mean, he said more decisive action is needed on energy prices, and the Commission's strategy, including its Affordable Energy Action Plan, has amounted to temporary relief. Is he wrong?
No, he is totally right. I usually joke that in the US, when a politician assumes office, they swear on the Bible. In the Berlaymont, we swear on the Draghi report. And I'm kidding, but only halfway kidding, because really, Professor Draghi's analysis is very true. We do need to fundamentally make a shift so that we bring down our prices. Now, the good news is that a lot of the things we need to do to bring down the prices are also the same things we need to do to address many of the other challenges that we face. For instance, energy independence, so security, but also, of course, fighting climate change.
Absolutely. And I mean, you're now following through with a lot of the suggestions and proposals and ideas in the action plan, including a clean investment strategy, and next month, also crucially, a grids package that you're going to be rolling out. Can you give our audience a little bit of a preview about what might be in the grids package?
Yes, so for me, there's no doubt that if we fail to expand our grids, both with regards to the magnitude and the speed that we need, then that will be the biggest hurdle towards, the biggest barrier towards us reaching our targets, both with regards to decarbonization, but certainly also with regards to bringing down the prices. ACER has evaluated the situation, and they estimate that right now we save around 30 billion, probably closer to 35 billion euros a year on being as connected in our energy systems as we are. So that actually means that even though we pay far too much for our energy, we would have paid even more had we not worked together as we do the 27 member states. But what they also clearly state, and what Draghi also states, is that the potential is far, far bigger. So apart from us, which I think everybody agrees that we need to do, which is deploy more renewable energy, become more energy efficiency, the last third of that equation is to become more connected, and that is what we will address in the grids package.
And so you're looking at a mixture of funding tools, changes to network codes. So what's kind of looking in there?
Yeah, I will obviously be focusing on the areas where it makes sense that we, from a European perspective, do more. So that will mean more European central planning. So right now, for many of the bottlenecks that are there, we're really waiting for member states to start working together and then bottom up make this happen. I think probably we need more of a top-down approach where we, of course, working closely with the member states, but nonetheless, where we make a European planning of what it is that we actually need. And then, of course, there's the whole incentive discussion. How do we make sure that this is also viable? We can only do that if we have clearer rules on cost sharing, if we have also the ability to support with public funding. By public funding, I mean member states, but of course also the EU. And that's also why we've put forward in our proposal for the next MFF a significant increase in the CEF energy allocation. So we've gone from under 6 billion to 30 billion, so increase of 5 times, which is historic, but which is also necessary.
Interesting. And I mean, obviously the EU is continuing to bet hard on renewables, both to bring down prices and to fight climate change. But it's also trying to increasingly balance that relationship also with its ties to Washington. I mean, you know, we had US Energy Secretary Chris Wright come to Brussels recently. He's previously called, you know, net zero by 2050 absolutely the wrong goal. And then, you know, we've had Donald Trump himself say that wind power is the worst form of energy and Europe should stop its windmills. I mean, what do you make of such comments?
Well, we agree to disagree. No, I mean, for us, the strategy is the opposite. For us, it's very, very clear that if we are to become independent, we need to produce our own energy. And right now we import for 400 billion euros every year fossil fuels. That's not a good situation to be in. It's not sustainable, but it's not very good for our economies either. It's not nice to be in the pocket of a dictator like Putin. We found that out when he started his full-scale invasion and he started weaponizing energy against Ukraine, but also against us. Apart from that, we want to bring down our prices, and for us, the cheapest way to do that is by using more renewables. So the cheapest way on the planet to produce energy is solar and land wind, and offshore wind is also becoming better at competing. And the International Energy Agency has estimated that from 21 to 23, on the newly deployed renewables in that time span, we saved around 100 billion euros on our energy bills. And every time we introduce and deploy 1 more gigawatt of renewable energy, the prices goes down. So that needs to be at the core of our strategy. And it is going in the right direction. Last year, we deployed 78 gigawatts. This year, it'll be closer to 89, and we're already over 700 gigawatts. So we are in a situation that is a bit of a paradox, because on one hand, I 100% agree with the conclusion of Draghi. We need to do more faster. On the other hand, things are actually going quite fast.
Absolutely. And I mean, continuing, I guess, a little bit on EU-US relations. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm afraid I'm only going to accept a yes or no. Then I'll let you elaborate, but a yes or no first. I mean, over the summer, the EU agreed on a sweeping new trade deal with the US, of course, where it agreed to buy $750 billion worth of American energy. Now, what I'd like to know is, did your department, DG ENER, prepare a formal impact assessment to justify that figure?
Well, that's a very clear no, not a formal impact assessment.
Okay, and an informal one?
Yes, what we did was evaluate what will we need if we manage to do what we hope we will manage to do, which is to get completely rid of our dependency of Russia. What do we already import? How much more do we need on the market to lower the prices so as to also spark the deployment of renewable energy and electrification that we need? Some people might then ask, why do you need more gas to have more renewables and have lower electricity prices? That's because of the price setting mechanism that we have in Europe, meaning that we have a coupling of the price of gas to electricity, and therefore it's also, even though it's counterintuitive, it's actually also bad for the electrification, the way the situation is. So anyway, all of these things are of course a part of our analysis, but first and foremost, this is a prognosis of what we feel is achievable. The deal made between the US and the EU is not a deal where we have then promise that we, the European Union, will buy X amount of energy. That's not the way it works. I'm not a gas trader. I don't sit in my table and on my computer buy gas on the international markets, obviously not. What we do is we try and facilitate, and we try and do it, of course, in a way that's of mutual benefits on both sides of the Atlantic. But I do have to underline that although we do have disagreements with our American friends, which of course we do, bottom line is that if we did not get that help from the US, we could not become independent of Russian gas in the pace that we want to. And right now, the biggest exporter of gas to Europe is Norway, number one, and number two is the US. Last year, guess who it was? Russia. Totally unacceptable, and we need to move away from that fast.
Absolutely. And I mean, the 750 billion, just coming back to that briefly, I mean, to even come close to that, many experts and the fossil fuel sector are saying that the EU needs to overhaul its methane regulation. Many EU countries have now echoed this view as well in the Council. So I guess I'm interested in your view. Are you open to reopening this regulation, perhaps even as part of a broader omnibus red tape slashing exercise?
So maybe let me just clarify something around those numbers. So the 750 billion, that's a 3-year agreement, so it's 250 billion a year. And if you break out those numbers again, 130 billion a year approximately is actually nuclear. So this means that the numbers, yes, they are big, but it's important to have that nuance. Now, the way we make legislation in Europe stands, and our ambitions stands. This also, of course, then means that no, it is not the case that a trade deal could be made that then just overrules legislation in Europe. That is not the case. Having said that, we are conscious that the way we make legislation in Europe, primarily targeted at our own companies, sometimes can have unexpected consequences elsewhere and be an irritant elsewhere. So we're very open to discussing with not only the American administration, but also other producer countries, what we can do that makes it easier for them to implement their legislation, as long as it does not affect the overall objective of the reductions of emissions that it needs to lead to. That goes for the methane regulation, but it also goes for other types of regulation. Short answer, though, to your question is that no, we will not backtrack on our ambitions on methane, and we will not reject the legislation that we already have.
Reject but reopen, or no?
No,
Okay.
we will do it in the phase of implementation.
Okay.
By the way, this is also something that a number of EU member states have asked me to do separately of the discussion with the US, and I think also, without getting too technical, it's different things that they think are a problem. This is not unusual. This is something something I deal with every day on just with different files. Since this one is in focus, and I understand why, but that is my job, to make sure that the legislation that we make can also be implemented as easy as possible, with as little red tape as possible, but still maintaining the important objectives that we have.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you've sort of touched on nuclear, because I'd like to ask a question also on atomic energy. I mean, obviously the mood music in general in Brussels is changing, I guess, quite considerably where it comes to nuclear. You know, you have Germany now saying openly that it will potentially not discriminate against nuclear power. You have the Commission opening the door even to funding nuclear power in its long-term budget proposal. Is it time to start considering a joint renewables and nuclear target for 2040?
So there's a lot of things to unpack in what you just said there. It is true that we cannot do without nuclear if we are to reach our targets. That is fundamental. So I think I will argue that all member states need to acknowledge that whether you are pro-nuclear or against nuclear, where we are now, if we are to reach our reduction targets, there's no scenario in which we can do that without nuclear. Also, it's clear that it's stated in the treaty that countries can have the energy mix that they want. So for some countries to argue that other countries cannot have nuclear, or some countries arguing that other countries should have nuclear, that's simply not a way to go. So yes, I do think that we need to have a more common, rational approach to nuclear. I served as minister in Denmark, where I was an opponent of nuclear in my own country, but I've always accepted that other countries have different strategies. And now that I'm responsible for energy policy in the Union as such, I will definitely argue that I hope more countries, member states will look at it this way. What we concretely need to do, well, I've been tasked with putting forward a plan for the deployment of small modular reactors. I think that might be a game changer also with regards to safety and security around nuclear power plants, which is very important. But we also have to be honest and say that there's still a lot of uncertainties here, and the industry themselves are still very uncertain on what can be the speed with which we can do this and what will be the price.
But sort of a joint renewables nuclear target, you're not looking at that for the moment?
We're not looking at that, no. But we are deploying technological neutrality in our legislation.
Right.
And it is clear that it is different. And it is also clear that we're not in a situation where we're looking at funding building new nuclear power plants. But we are looking at a situation in which we need to integrate our energy systems better, and that also means then integrating the systems of the countries that have a lot of nuclear with the ones that don't.
Absolutely. And just final question while I have you. I mean, perhaps your signature initiative since taking office this year has been a proposed ban on Russian gas and Russian energy entering the bloc. I'm interested in your view. I mean, that's come up against fierce opposition from Hungary and Slovakia. We know that we don't need their support to approve the legislation because it's qualified majority, of course. However, on oil, Budapest has argued that it can't move away from Russian supplies because of Croatia's extortionate transit fees. I mean, do you buy that argument?
So first of all, we've proposed two things. We've proposed, as a part of the Repower EU package, legislation that will effectively prohibit and ban import of Russian gas. In that package is also an obligation for the countries that buy oil to put an end to that. But apart from that, later we've also put forward proposals for sanctions. So it'll be a mixture of sanctions and legislation. Sanctions has a more immediate effect. They're done for foreign policy, security reasons, whereas the others are trade measures and are also legislation that will stand. So sanctions need to be renewed every 6 months. The other will stand. It's important, and the reason why I mention it is that after a peace, we still don't think we should buy Russian gas. So it's important for us to not go back to a situation where we make the same mistakes as we did in the past. For the countries that will be affected the most, we're working closely with them individually. My services are not only in close contact with, they also often go to the countries to make sure that they will not have security of supply problems and to make sure that they can keep the prices low. This includes also being a mediator vis-a-vis the countries around them to make sure that the prices that they pay are fair and that we have solidarity with each other in Europe.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, Commissioner.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our event. So, a radical overhaul of the EU's long-term funding, just as governments face crippling budget crunches, gas and power prices that remain twice as high as pre-war levels, rising pressure from Donald Trump to buy immense volumes of oil and gas, and murky shadow fleet vessels threatening to cut critical power cables deep underwater. These are just some of the challenges facing the bloc today, with time running out to tackle them. And as the EU races to address these problems, it must now place energy security and realpolitik firmly at the heart of its policy making, all while reconciling those new priorities with its role as a traditional global climate standard bearer. Now, it's time to delve into some of these issues with our next All-Star panel. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Sigrid Friis, MEP, Danish MEP, Renew, member of the ITRE committee. Hello.
Pleased to be here.
And Albéric Mongrenier, Executive Director of the European Initiative for Energy Security.
Hi, how you doing?
Welcome both. Please. So, Sigrid, I'd like to start with you. We've just had the Commissioner on stage. So we've heard him defend his record on tackling energy prices, but also saying, you know, to some extent, Draghi may be right. We haven't gone quite far enough in some ways. I mean, how would you assess his success so far in bringing down energy prices, and how much time do you think we have to fix this?
I really think that the Commission and the Commissioner Dan Jørgensen has set the right direction, but I'm really concerned about the pace. Because as you rightly just explained to us, the time to tackle these crises, both in terms of prices, in terms of energy security, in terms of the competitiveness position of Europe versus the rest of the world, and of course the green transition, the climate that we're all concerned about, then time is ticking, and I'm really afraid that if we don't move fast, we're going to be too late.
Absolutely. And Albéric, I'd like to bring you in here. I mean, the Commissioner's now given a few hints about what might pop up in the grids package next month. But I'm interested in getting your take as well. I mean, what would you like to see included in that package?
Well, I think we all know what's coming in there. Sorry.
Do we? I'd love to know.
I mean, yeah, I mean, more or less. But, you know, the thing is, there's only so much more that the Commission can do, right? I mean, there's a lot that has been tabled, and at the end of the day, you know, it needs to trickle down. There's already many things that we've been trying to implement for the past, 10 years. You know, third energy package, etc., still not being implemented. So at the end of the day, what's very important is, for instance, permitting. And permitting, you know, it's a national competency in many cases. The Commission can push very hard in one direction, and we see that at the political level, but it needs to trickle down at the national level. And, you know, at the national level, it needs to, it needs some backup, it needs some dynamic at the political level. It also needs to trickle down the administration. And so you don't really see that. You don't really see that sense of urgency. So, right, we always come back to, you know, the previous panel was about speed. We keep saying we don't have time, we don't have time, we don't have time, but we keep repeating we don't have time. I think, you know, politically, you know, we know what we're supposed to do, but we're just not doing it, you know? And so I just feel like, you know, we're all saying the same thing all the time, and so it becomes a little bit boring. And, you know, to make it a little bit less boring, just maybe just quotes, like one quote from a book, an Italian novel called The Leopard. That's the quote is often referred to as the Lampedusa principle. And it says, you know, for everything to stay the same, everything needs to change. And so originally, what the quote means is, basically, if you don't want to change anything, you just do some small cosmetic changes, and everything will, you know, stay the same. You just do that to accommodate revolutionary forces. But what really needs to happen now is the opposite. So you actually need to read this quote differently. So for everything to remain the same, meaning if you want to, you know, maintain democracy in Europe, if you want to maintain economic growth, if you want to stay relevant on the global stage, everything needs to change, and the way we do things needs to change. That means that the administration, not just the political power has to grab this issue of, you know, energy permitting, building, you know, energy sovereignty, whatever you call it, and really give the impetus, you know, to the administration here in Brussels, but also the national level.
I think it's a really interesting point that you're touching on. I mean, so far from the Commission and the previous Commission, we've had a kind of multitude of soft initiatives. We had the solar action plan, we had the wind power action plan, we had the grids action plan. But the problem is enforcing these plans becomes difficult when, you know, member states refuse to implement them. You know, we've still had slow permitting times and problems with project auctions that certain clean tech sectors like wind complain about. So, I mean, what should the Commission and what can the European Parliament also do to ensure that member states actually enforce those rules?
Well, I find it so interesting how it almost seems that what it took for Europe to act, and I'm both talking about the Commission but also the member states as well, seems to be this geopolitical shock of having a little orange man in the White House. And why does it take a geopolitical shock like that to get us to move here in Europe? We're actually talking about something that we have known for decades, that the key to both the green transition, the energy security, the competitiveness agenda, it goes hand in hand with the energy policies that we are building on this continent. I mean, for example, for the Commission to put forward a proposal to ban Russian LNG imports by the end of 2026, so next year, this step has come only after pressure from the external actors. But Europe shouldn't need to be pushed from the outside to act in defense of what should be our own interests and values. And that's something I think is very important regarding the relationships between us in the European Parliament, the Commission, and of course the member state that holds the key to actually unlocking the potential that we have here.
Interesting. And I mean, obviously the grids package is not the only initiative in the pipeline. Next year, we're going to have an overhaul of the so-called governance regulation, right, which kind of regulates security of supply risks within the EU. I know some countries have pushed for unified security of supply rules because we have currently separate ones for electricity and gas. I mean, what do you think of such an idea? And, you know, what else should the Commission be thinking of when it's drafting this initiative?
I think what's important to keep in mind when you're drafting initiatives like this is that a greener Europe is a safer Europe, and a greener Europe is also a stronger Europe. We cannot build a resilient or innovative economy if we keep depending on these very volatile fossil fuel imports from, let's be honest, really unreliable suppliers. I think a great example could also be the electrification rate. Here in Europe, it's stagnated around 23%. But China has recently overtaken us at 28%. So a way to accelerate and to drive this innovation forward and this direction could be to not just set a climate target, but to also put, for example, a binding electrification target for 2040, and to put this in an electrification directive to actually have us go hand in hand with pushing this agenda forward, and to push both member state and industry. It's in everyone's best interest.
Interesting. And Alberic, I mean, what do you make of this idea to have an electrification target set in stone? Do we need more targets? Do we need more implementation instead of existing targets? And do you have other ideas for the governance regulation?
No, I mean, targets are nice. You need a North Star, but I think we have a North Star already. Target for electrification, I came not against, but at the end of the day, is it going to really make us go faster in that direction? I'm not so sure. Right now, we've got two main problems that are linked to each other. The first problem is political willingness. I touched upon it, and the second is money, right? And so, all of these investments, I agree with you, they are essential for, for European energy security, to reach our energy transition targets, etc. It's all linked together, but we don't want to pay the price. The people don't want to pay the price. National politicians don't want to pay the price. We're seeing good things in the, in the next European budget. There's some money that's going towards the right things, but that's only, it's peanuts compared to what you need to invest. We all know that. There's always the big figure that everyone mentions. I don't remember, 600 billion or something that's needed in grids, and another 100 billions there and there. I think we'll go back to the financial sector. At the end of the day, okay, you need the capital markets union that we've also been talking about for many years. Again, a problem of political willingness. But I think for the energy sector, what's really important is putting a value on resilience. You need to be able to monetize resilience, because it's a lot of upfront capex investments that are not happening because simply because it's too expensive, because we don't quantify the chaos that can ensue, 10, 15 years down the line because of, I don't know, hybrid attacks, or because, we don't have the data, we don't have the demand, the supply that we need to meet demand coming from, industry, from the defense sector, from the space sector, AI, etc. So we need to be able to quantify this, I think, in order to, to understand how much we're missing on if we don't make these investments right now. And then, on top of that, the bill also becomes much higher because, well, we're in a state of, we're at war, not just economic war, we're at war with Russia. It's quite obvious. Hybrid attacks on infrastructure are increasing. cyber, physical, etc. All of this has a cost. You need to build in resilience. You need to build in security into this infrastructure. That's going to increase costs. So again, who's going to pay? That's always the question. You need to find a way to to drive that at the European level, and I think that also goes through a lot. Commissioner Jorgensen was referring to earlier more centralized planning, more horizontal planning across member states, and also more solidarity on cost sharing. That's going to be very important, I think.
Interesting. And I guess staying on that topic, I mean, obviously energy security, as you've highlighted, is becoming increasingly important. I mean, just last week we reportedly, had, well, in very different ways. Obviously, we had the news that reportedly some oil and gas rigs in Denmark were targeted by drones. It's unclear who sent the drones so far, but some politicians are saying that it's definitely Russia behind these. Obviously, NATO has launched its Baltic Sentry program to try and protect critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea region. What else could the EU do to, I guess, improve its joint work with NATO? I mean, do you see avenues of cooperation there?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots that's happening. Obviously, over the past couple of years, EU-NATO cooperation has increased quite a bit on this front, especially on infrastructure security. So I think NATO and EU see more and more eye to eye on this. But yeah, at the end of the day, well, obviously, there's only so much that NATO itself can do, on protecting the infrastructure. So indeed, it's more for the EU, I think, on the civilian side, to work closely with the private sector to incentivize this kind of, sort of security resilient by design investments. That where you actually incorporate from the design, from the construction of infrastructure or the upgrade of existing infrastructure, the equipment that will allow to deal with this, with hybrid threats.
Interesting. And I know one idea that Lithuania has sort of brought forward or thought of in recent months has been to earmark part of the Connecting Europe facility, so the energy cash pot for the EU, towards protecting energy infrastructure, critical energy infrastructure. Do you see that as a sensible idea as kind of negotiations around that kick off in earnest?
Well, I think it draws back to what you also touched upon about putting a price on resilience and being ready to invest in our own resilience. So if you want to have a better protection of our energy infrastructure, there is new technologies emerging also in terms of grid infrastructure that has smarter cables or better protected against outside interference. These things, we should be ready to invest in our own energy security, and we should be able to actually pay the price for resilience. And I think when we're debating whether or not we're ready to pay the price up front, because it always comes down to who's going to pick up the bill, I wish that we would also sometimes, as decision makers, be better at saying that the price of not acting is also really, really high. Right now, status quo shouldn't be an option because we can see what our energy dependency towards Russian gas has brought us into the situation that we're in today. And I would be really, really careful that we're not just switching from one dependency to another, meaning that we just switch out the Russian LNG with American LNG instead. I think this is a real opportunity for Europe to stand more on our own feet and to make sure that we have a diversified mix of energy. So that also means that every country can contribute in different ways, but to build a resilient system is also to build a diversified and very well-connected energy system. I think every decision maker should keep that in mind.
But on the Lithuanian idea, that makes sense to you?
I think there's some idea to that, yes.
Okay, interesting. And let's move on to nuclear as well. I mean, we've discussed the potential joint target on between renewables and nuclear with the commissioner just now. He didn't seem to be budging very much on that as a potential idea. I mean, do you feel like the commissioner's being a little bit too dogmatic when it comes to his stance on that joint target, given this increasing opening that we're seeing from countries like Germany? Even this week, reportedly, the European Investment Bank is considering also funding nuclear for the first time. What do you think, Sigrid?
If I think he's being too hesitant or if he's being too open-minded?
If he's being a bit too dogmatic in his rejection of a joint target.
Well, I think that's a very maybe Danish approach to have that in mind. I see it like this. as I said before, I think it's very important to have a diversified mix of energy, and I think it's important that every country contributes with what sort of energy production suits the energy systems that's already been built or been invested into, because I don't think it should be a goal for Europe that we all produce the same types of energy, rather the opposite, that some things we do very well in Denmark, for example, wind, and some things they do very well elsewhere, for example, nuclear. So I think the dogmatic view of the commissioner is probably his Danish baggage.
And Alberic, another, I guess, aspect or topic that the commissioner didn't seem to be budging very much on was the methane regulation. I mean, obviously we're relying on the US more and more when it comes to LNG, for example. Firstly, I'd like to hear your view on whether or not there's any risk of betting so much on US energy imports in the coming years. And secondly, do you feel like there should be some discussion around potentially reopening the methane regulation if we're to make that happen?
Yeah, I would have been more comfortable with the nuclear question as a Frenchman. No, I mean, so I'm not an expert on the methane regulation, but I mean, to what Commissioner Jorgensen said earlier, I think, we have to acknowledge the fact that, without US LNG, we would not be able to be off Russian gas almost entirely. And I think, we'll still need US LNG, for quite a while in order for us to, remain independent from Russian gas. That has to be acknowledged. That said, obviously, my agenda as someone who worked for the European Initiative for Energy Security is European energy sovereignty, European energy independence. Okay, 100% independence is not possible, but we have to, bank on, on domestic energy as much as possible, again, to meet our industrial needs, AI, etc. In the US, they call that, the energy dominance agenda. We can call that whatever we want, energy sovereignty, but we need to acknowledge that demand's going to grow, and we're going to need everything, so including nuclear, to meet this demand. So yeah, I mean, you don't want to replace a dependency with another. The same way, you don't want to become, over-dependent on China for critical minerals and all the components that you put in your grids, because there are clear security issues. I think with the US, you're dealing with something very different. You're dealing with market actors. You're dealing with a country that is democracy, and where there's freedom of enterprise, and where there's these individual LNG companies are not. They don't belong to a central communist party or something like that. So I think we need to compare apples and apples. Here it's apples and oranges, really. So I see personally the US as still as a long-term partner. We have our differences, but there's areas of collaboration, and especially when it comes to trying to end the war in Ukraine. I think right now there's a potential opening. So you didn't ask me a question on that, but very, very quickly on sanctions. I think there's an option on the table to basically dry out Russian oil and gas exports, and that's not going to be done through drying out exports to Europe, because we're a very small portion of Russian oil and gas exports today. But I think that's something that European politicians are seriously considering, and that we need to try to work with the US on.
Interesting. And I mean, I'm glad you've touched on Russian oil and gas, because that was going to be my next question to you, Sigrid. I mean, MEPs yesterday have provisionally settled on their rough position when it comes to the Russian gas ban. I'm interested in your view. We're now heading towards interinstitutional negotiations in the coming sort of months or so, once the Council also settles on its position. I mean, what do you sort of predict that the biggest difference or tension between the Parliament and countries will be in those negotiations?
So I'm really excited to see how everything unfolds in the following time. This is a policy topic that's quite close to my heart. I used to work with this on a local level back in Denmark before I became an MEP. How can we push natural gas out of the district heating systems or the household heating systems in Denmark by using district heating as a force? I predict that when you want to put together so many different energy systems that the European member states consist of, that's of course going to give some difficulties in terms of how fast can we go, and which measures can we use, and how hard are we ready to push from a Brussels side, and how much to leave to the local initiative, and how can we make sure that we keep the close connection to the local and regional decision-making level. I think that's also going to be one of the struggles that that we are facing as policymakers is in our eager to be maybe more efficient, more fast-paced, that we might risk to lack the connection to the local and regional level. And I think that's very important if you want to stay connected to the citizens, which I think is what European policies should be all about. So that's something I'll be following very closely.
Interesting. And I know previously the Parliament has pushed quite hard to include Russian oil within the gas ban and also accelerate that ban by a year, so by the end of 2026, if I remember correctly. Is that still something that you're going to try and push for, you think, in negotiations?
Definitely. Both the question of oil is interesting, and also, of course, as we've begun this debate on timing and how hard to push deadlines, also, of course, going to be one of the cornerstones of this debate and try to find common ground on that question.
Interesting. And Alberic, I mean, do you see any gaps in the legislation as it stands today that should be addressed? I mean, there's been, I guess, criticism from some quarters that the country's compromise proposals, negotiations, documents, etc., on the Russian gas ban have left perhaps several loopholes on the table when it comes to, for example, transiting gas, Russian gas from Turkey to the EU. Also the question of mixed LNG cargoes between, that have some part Russian, some part non-Russian, and it's quite difficult to identify which is what. I mean, what do you make of some of those loopholes, some of those gaps? Any ideas on how we should close them?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, for the beginning, it's very difficult to design these kind of measures. There's always going to be loopholes that one can, that one can use. The thing is, what is it that we're trying to achieve here? Are we trying to be off Russian gas symbolically, or are we really trying to, hurt them in a way that makes them unable to continue their war in Ukraine? And then coming back to my previous point, I think it's great what we've done. We should definitely continue pushing forward to get Russian oil and gas out of the European system as much as possible, including from Hungary and Slovakia. And I think on that front, the European Commission should step in and offer some guarantees. Coming back to the question that you asked to Commissioner Jorgensen earlier, I don't really buy the Croatian transit fee argument. I don't think that's a real valid reason. I don't think the transit fees are so high compared to stuff, the Croatian fees compared to the fees on oil and gas coming from Ukraine. But yeah, point is, what do we want to achieve? If you really want to, the main point is to dry out Russian oil and gas exports. And for that, you're going to need secondary sanctions. And for that, you're probably going to need to work with the United States, because Europe alone cannot, all sanctions, all bans don't have enough bite as of today. So you're going to need to, one way or another, try and get the US on our side on this. It's going to be complicated. There's a lot, again, coming back to what I was saying, an option has been tabled. There's a lot of, people are saying it's bluff or just kicking the can down the road on the Trump administration side. Maybe, but we have to, seriously consider this option, sit at the table and see what can be done. At the European level, so I'm not an expert in terms of, which loopholes where, but yeah, definitely we can, again, coming back to what I said earlier, I think if we give some good guarantees to Hungary and Slovakia on, the European Commission stepping in one way or another to replace Russian oil and gas, we can actually, meet the ambitious targets that we've set for 2026, 2027.
Interesting. And perhaps last question to you, Sigrid. I mean, staying on that topic, I mean, obviously it's been very difficult to get Hungary and Slovakia on board with this piece of legislation that don't need to be on board because it's qualified majority, as we've highlighted. But now the EU is also bringing forward its own sanctions package. So it's going to ban LNG, wants to ban LNG by the end of 2026. I mean, reportedly, to get Hungary on board, the Commission is considering unfreezing 550 million euros in funding for Hungary. I mean, obviously, if I were sitting inside the Commission and making the calculations, we still pay something like 1.7 billion euros a month to Russia in terms of energy revenues. And so 550 million seems perhaps worthwhile. But is the Commission, in your view here, setting a dangerous precedent when it comes to essentially, just paying Hungary off every time it wants to get any piece of legislation passed, be it energy or more broadly?
Interesting question on the political strategy or the calculations of the Commission. I think for an area like this, there are so many great arguments on why we should free ourselves from the Russian gas, that we shouldn't need to be bribing or unfreezing funds to go down this road. Because this is, I mean, investing in our own secure and green energy is really like the political Swiss knife. It's a solution to so many problems all at once. It's about security, it's about autonomy, it's about competitiveness, it's about the price on the energy bill that the citizens pay every month. It's about the green transition. It's about ensuring a planet that we can pass on to the next generations. So with all of these great arguments in hand, maybe I'm just idealistic, you can call me that, but I think you shouldn't need to be pushing to unfreeze funds to go down the road, because all the political arguments, they should be there.
Absolutely. All right, well, I want to thank you both so much for your time.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated. Thank you for an insightful panel, and yeah, we'll be moving on now. Thank you very much.
We are united in diversity. We are very heterogeneous in our opinion.
We are doing this in our open democracies. Discussion is all open and loud, and I'm not for that.
What is European Union? What is freedom? How we learn together.
The obvious question is, what is the EU doing? What is our plan?
We are united in diversity. We are very heterogeneous in our opinion.
We are doing this in our open democracies. Discussing is all open and loud, and I'm not for that.
What is European Union? What is freedom? How we learn together.
The obvious question is, what is the EU doing? What is our plan?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to our next session at Politico's Competitive Europe Summit. My name is Julia Werle. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of Politico here in Europe. And we are now turning our attention to one of the most dynamic and high-stakes sectors in Europe, the pharmaceutical industry powered by FPR. To cover this very critical topic with me, I'm delighted to be joined on stage by Emma Charles.
Hi, everybody.
So Emma is the Senior Vice President for the Europe region at Bristol-Myers Squibb. And she's a seasoned pharmaceutical executive with extensive experience across geographies and companies in this sector.
Nice to meet you, Julia. Good afternoon, everybody.
So before we start the interview, I wanted to give a brief reminder to the audience. When we speak about medicines and the pharmaceutical industry, it's important to recognize its two key segments. It's innovative and generic. The innovative pharmaceutical industry is driven by the discovery and development of new therapies, supported by cutting-edge research and investment into intellectual property. The generic industry, on the other hand, focuses on providing affordable versions of existing medicines once patents expire. Both cover the full cycle of medicine. As Bristol-Myers Squibb is an innovative company, our conversation today will focus on the challenges and opportunities facing this segment of the industry. So I'm very happy to have that discussion with you, and let me start with the first question. How would you describe the current pharmaceutical environment in Europe from a company perspective?
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to be part of this discussion and panel with EFPA. The pharmaceutical innovative company is a very vibrant industry because we have so much to do and there is such a high unmet medical need for patients. Our objective is to improve patient lives. So we really want to discover and develop new treatment to be able to improve the quality of life and health of patients. On the economical side, we are a very strong employer. We employ as an industry more than 1 million citizens in Europe and support another 1 million of citizens. We have a very high quality workforce dedicated to research and development. If you look at the economical advantage, there is over 220 billion surplus in trade generated by the pharmaceutical industry. And we are an industry that is dedicated to research and development. So if you look at the comprehensive investment of this industry in R&D, it's more than 50 billion euro invested in research and development. So this is why I would say it is a critical partner, it is a critical industry for Europe, and we hope that Europe is going to maintain its competitiveness to protect and defend and develop this industry.
Mm-hmm. So there are massive numbers, but what strengths does Europe offer that still makes it an attractive market for the pharmaceutical industry?
So I would give you a few examples. As a US company, BMS is investing in Europe significantly. If I talk about my company, we have over 6,000 employees, but we have also invested in manufacturing sites, R&D sites. So we have manufacturing sites in Ireland and Switzerland. We have hubs in terms of discovery and R&D in Spain and in the UK. And so Europe is a very attractive market. Why it is attractive? It is because there is a fabulous scientific ecosystem of scientists, researchers, academy, centers of discovery, and the quality of science in Europe is a fantastic ecosystem for partnership as well, and making sure that we support the advanced and breakthrough therapy. Also in Europe, we have the chance and the fortune to have universal coverage for healthcare. So it is not in every country that you have that. And we are very fortunate for a patient in Europe to have access to an oncology treatment free of charge in a hospital. This is not the case in every country. So Europe has this advantage. And we need to defend that. And how do we need to defend that? By making sure governments see the value of innovation, see the value of the breakthrough treatment and innovation in medicine as an investment and not as a cost. And so it is important for European Commission and European government to really protect this industry and make sure that, for example, we have intellectual property that is protecting our pattern, because as you know, this industry is investing tremendous amount of money in R&D. And it's not like every molecule that we have in our pipeline is successful. We have many failures, and this is basically the nature of experimentation. So once we have a molecule that has demonstrated its efficacy and its tolerability and need for patients, it is important that we have a legal and regulatory frame that is enable us to operate with a patent.
So at the US headquartered company, what would it take for Bristol Myers Squibb to prioritize significant new investments in Europe? So what are the main two things you would say?
I think it's not like we are choosing one region over another. I can give you an example that recently my company identified a European-based company to partner because of the quality and the development of discovery they have developed in oncology. And so we have chosen to partner with this particular company in Europe because we know science will lead our partnership, and we want to invest in this company to make sure that we will co-develop and commercialize this new antibody in oncology. So it's really led by, first of all, where is the science? Where can we identify some partners that we can, where we can, co-develop and partner for the commercialization of some new assets. But it's also linked to the framework, because once a product gets an EMA approval, which is a European regulatory approval, it's not like every citizen in Europe will have access to this medicine immediately. Some countries will be faster than others. Usually Germany, Austria are the first country to commercialize, launch, and kind of get through the reimbursement process. But in some other country, for a patient, you have to wait for sometimes 2 years, 3 years before you get access to the same medication. So for Europe, I think there is a need of recognition of innovation, acceleration of access for patients, and these are really important to be recognized as an industry as well, that provide our mission, which is transforming life of patients.
And can you also share some examples where you choose to invest outside Europe due to more favorable conditions, for example, and what lessons Europe can learn from that?
Yeah, it's a difficult question because as a global company, we are operating in basically everywhere. Before being in charge of Europe, I was in charge of international, so I was looking at China, I was looking at Australia, Korea, South America, and I can tell you that we follow where the science is. We follow where we found some, breakthrough potential treatment, and therefore I can talk about a recent acquisition that my company did just at the beginning of this year. We have spotted a very interesting startup developing a radiopharmaceutical therapy in an area where we don't have many treatments, and in an area where we need to have a targeted precision medicine in oncology, and we decided to acquire this company. And this company is a US company. And so not only we acquired the company, but we also decided to invest in a manufacturing site in Indianapolis, because this is where the company is based. But it could have been the case for an EU-based company. So I think for Europe, what is important in terms of like policy is to make sure there is an ecosystem for startup to develop their activity and to make sure they have enough investments to continue their dreams, you know, their mission to discover and develop new treatments.
Okay. So what does a competitive Europe mean to a company like Bristol Myers Squibb in practical terms?
It's all about the balance between, I would say, investments and then a sustainable economical framework where we can basically see that there is a frame in terms of regulatory, in terms of IP, intellectual property, and in terms of access to medicine. Again, it's about the patient. Patient need to get access equally wherever you are in Europe. And so that's something that the industry is, very concerned about, is the delay in accessing some of the innovative medicine, and that we are trying to basically reduce to make sure that a patient in Spain will have equal chances to be treated than a patient in Germany in a fast manner. Because obviously we are dealing with, especially my company, we are dealing with life-threatening disease, where sometimes you need to be fast, because if a patient is not treated within 6 months or 12 months or even shorter, then the prognostic of, vital prognostic is in danger. So I think this is all about, having this framework that is allowing the industry to invest for long-term investment and allowing patients to be ready to get the medicine on time when it's needed.
Thank you so much, Emma, for these insights. I think it's a very important topic for every one of us, from a professional and from a private perspective. You made very clear and insightful reflections on what Europe needs to strengthen its competitiveness for the pharmaceutical sector. And you namely mentioned recognizing and rewarding innovation through a modernized and efficient regulatory framework, so that we can have all the medicine here at very much at the beginning. And you've also very much highlighted the importance of a stronger IP protections and improved market conditions in order to be present and to stay with a lot of investments here. Let's now turn to our next panel and see whether they share your perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mary Ackles. I'm one of the health reporters here at Politico in Brussels. The life sciences sector is one of the historically thriving, innovative sectors in Europe, which has traditionally been a leader in medicines, home to some of the biggest pharmaceutical companies, while our universities and hospitals have long been seen as global leaders in clinical training and in research. But is that reputation now faltering as we lag behind rivals in the US and Asia on R&D growth, as well as on drug launches? The Mario Draghi report last year blamed this on low investment in research and a poor uptake, a lower investment in research and a poor uptake on AI, as well as a fragmented regulatory system. But there's also now the additional looming threat of American tariffs on the European industry, which, with impeccable timing for this panel, were confirmed last Friday by Donald Trump. So it's against that tumultuous and slightly gloomy backdrop that we're going to discuss the future of the industry, as well as take a look at the attempts by EU legislators to improve the outlook and maybe find some areas of optimism. So we welcome you to join the conversation on the social media channel of your choice. And I'd now like to invite our panelists on stage. Thanks. So please join me in welcoming Nathalie Moll, who is the Director General of the European Pharmaceutical Lobby Association, EFPIA, Emmanuel Cormier, Head of the Regulatory Science and Innovation Task Force at the European Medicines Agency, Gloria Gachier, who's the Deputy Chief of Staff at the Cabinet of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Health for Belgium, and Dean Summerfield, Senior Vice President of Real World and Commercial Solutions in the EMEA region at IQVIA. So thanks everyone for joining us. So the Draghi report, as I said, flagged the pharmaceutical industry as an area that perhaps could be a little more competitive. But I wanted to kind of set the scene, first of all, for those who maybe aren't super familiar with some of the issues facing the sector at the moment. And I'm going to do this in a very crude way, which I feel moderators overuse, so please go with me. And that's simply to ask each of you in turn, if you could rate out of 10 how competitive you think the European health sector is. I'd ask that you'd keep your answers in under a minute, just so that we get a sense of the big issues before we go into the meat of the discussion. So perhaps, can I start with you, Nathalie?
Thanks so much, Marion. Thanks for organizing this session. When I moved to Brussels 30 years ago, I would have said a 9.5. There was the science, there was slightly less capital, but there were a lot of burgeoning companies. I would say now between 5 and 6, which is really disappointing for an industry that contributes the most to the trade balance of the EU. We're talking 220 billion in a year, 55 billion research, 950,000 jobs. So it looks good if you take a picture now, but if you look at the trend, it's going down rapidly, concerning. We can make changes.
Okay. Yeah, what about you, Emmanuel? Oh, yeah.
No,
I think you're okay. Should
I'm okay. I'm all wired up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Perhaps if we leave it here and see how it goes.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm a little bit more optimistic than Nathalie. I would say a solid 7, but looking forward, maybe more fragile than it looks like at the moment. I think we have a very solid innovation ecosystem, generally speaking. We have also, from a regulatory standpoint, a lot to offer to support that ecosystem. And actually, on the global scene, as regulators, we are still leading, some of these advancements in regulatory sciences.
What about you, Gloria?
I was also thinking a 7, but now I will go for an 8.
Okay.
Just because there should be some disagreement. Of course, the industry is facing some headwinds, it's clear. But at the same time, I'm Belgian. And I recently, for instance, saw a Belgian company being taken over for €1 billion that creates CAR T cells inside the body. So there is really still is a very strong ecosystem present, I think, in Belgium, but also in Europe, that we can harness and still make the most out of.
Thank you for the invitation. I think if we look at the scientific and technical prowess of Europe, I'd agree we're at the 7 or 8 level. If we look at the overall competitiveness in our health, then I have to agree with Nathalie that we're probably down at that 6. On a losing way compared to other regions. Yes, we might talk about China and the USA, but the Middle East is a go-to place for a lot of people today in healthcare.
Okay, cool. A bit of a range of opinion there that we'll dig into in a bit more detail throughout the panel. I think it would be remiss, though, if we didn't kick off by talking about the newsiest element, maybe, of this topic, which is obviously the pharmaceutical tariffs. Donald Trump has been threatening them for months to impose them on the pharmaceutical sector. The specific aim, he's said, of kind of enticing the industry from Europe. He's talked about Ireland in particular to the US. I wondered, Natalie, if we could get your reaction maybe about how members of EFPIA, which obviously include the likes of Novo Nordisk, Bayer, Pfizer, to name but a few, how are they going to deal with the 15% tariff that Trump has just confirmed on the European industry?
Yeah, so I think it's not a...
Oh, sorry, do we? Yeah, there you go. No worries.
Because I'm the big mic. I think we haven't made a secret of the fact that there's a reason there have never been in 30 years of WTO any tariffs on pharma. Pharmaceutical products are not your average goods. They're there to provide help in cases of illnesses. So the 15% tariffs breaks that 30-year moratorium on having any tariffs on medicines. And in numbers, very simply, it equates to 18 billion loss. So it's like losing the entire UK market, if you like. What does that mean? That means that the impact on European industry, where the US is the first importer of European medicines, will become much less attractive, if you like, for us, because we buy our own medicines on the other side of the Atlantic and we then distribute them. There isn't somebody else who buys the medicines. So the cost is borne by the industry. You also don't pass on the cost to patients because prices are fixed. So it makes that competitiveness question that you asked me at the beginning. That's why I'm giving a 5 and 6 and declining. It's not because we're not good, we don't have science, we don't have the will, but it's because of all those things Draghi said last year, which we haven't really acted on yet. And the pull in the deglobalized world from the US on one side and China and Asia and maybe the Middle East from the other, pulling our industry away and making us less attractive as a place to do business and sell products. So it's a very concerning situation, and I think it will certainly not help our competitiveness. So urgent need for political leadership, decisions, and you're absolutely right. I mean, EMA is a star Team Europe example, but mostly we don't act as Team Europe. Mostly we act as the Europe of 27. And this doesn't help in healthcare, this doesn't help in competitiveness, because we're competing with parts of the world that are enormous, enormous markets. And we have 3 times more capital 3 times less capital, sorry, on average. So I think the ingredients were not good to start with. Tariffs makes it worse. And so that makes the urgency of making the right decisions now even more needed.
Dean, I wanted to ask kind of the same question to you around tariffs. I'm not sure if we've seen, I mean, I guess it's too early to say what potentially the impact is yet, because the announcement was only confirmed, as I said, last week. But do we have a sense yet from companies? And I'm especially intrigued to understand if we know how this might impact medium or smaller sized pharma companies. I don't know if any of them have made kind of any statements on this, but do we have a sense yet of how companies might be preparing or reacting to this news?
I mean, overnight we've had the announcement by Pfizer, we're striking the most favoured nation clause with the US, and we've seen how the markets have reacted just by that removal of uncertainty with respect to them yesterday, and with the rebound in what's been a very depressed sector. And building on what Natalie said, that uncertainty created has removed investment from healthcare for the last year and a half. Even for large companies, this is a complex thing to balance. I mean, the tariffs are just one component. It's all about manufacturing, supply chain, job creation, the pricing, a whole host of different things. So whilst one might focus a discussion on one component, easy like tariffs, and I agree with Natalie, it is making this content less attractive, but it's quite a complex picture. If you go to a small organization, if you go to a small company, then they don't have the resources to unpick that. So then, again, they're making simpler decisions. We go to the large markets that are easier to navigate, whether that's the US, whether it's into China, whether it's the large single markets in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. That's taking the products away from the patients in our continent that need it.
As well as the tariff, there's also this parallel threat coming from the US, which is that Trump has obviously put pressure on companies to lower their drug pricing in the US to bring them closer in line with the cheaper prices in other countries. We've seen that play out a little in the UK already, where some companies have launched drugs at a higher US price. And I think we've also seen some European companies put some pressure on the Commission to relax price controls. But I wanted to ask you, Gloria, how do you kind of see this playing out in Europe? Do you think it will lead to an increase in prices for drugs in Europe?
Well, first of all, the European Commission is not the one to talk to if you want to relax price controls, because it's a national policy. Secondly, I think there's a very big difference between the US and Europe in terms of the way prices and access to medicines is being negotiated. In the US, your access to a certain medicine depends on the insurance policy that you can get, right? Whereas in Europe, you have a central body most of the times that negotiates market access and prices. If you want to come to Belgium, for instance, you supply everyone or you supply no one, and that's a major, major difference. And so it means that the price of a product is set in terms of course, its value, the additional quality of life that it creates, but also in terms of the sustainability of the overall health budget. I want to emphasize that most of the European countries have been struggling with keeping pace with the rising prices. For instance, in the during the last government tenure in Belgium, the pharma budget increased by 30%. We are at a growth pace of 7 or 8% per year, so our prices are rising. But of course, the question is, how do you keep the overall health budget sustainable? And that will also define the willingness to pay of governments.
Trump's impact on the pharma industry in Europe obviously isn't just limited to drug pricing and tariff threats, although those are really significant. But we've also seen the regulator in the US, the Food and Drug Administration, the EMA's counterpart in the US, reduce its workforce by, I think, 3,500 people. I'm just wondering, does the EMA at all see that as a potential competitive advantage for Europe if, and this is slightly speculating, but if the EMA is potentially seen as a more kind of stable regulator, especially when you take into account some of the rhetoric that's coming out of Washington around pharma and science more broadly. I mean, are you seeing more informal approaches from pharma companies who maybe see you as a slightly more credible regulator?
First of all, when we look European Medicine Agency and FDA, we don't look in competitive terms, to be honest. So what's happening in the FDA, as sad as it is for the individual in the FDA, we see the FDA as a collaborator, a partner in a very complex global ecosystem of regulators. So that it is important that we continue to foster that cooperation between the regulators in general, and particularly the FDA. We've been partners for over 2 decades. We have mutual recognition programs in place with the FDA. So in that sense, we don't think of an opportunity to feed on the demise of colleagues across the ocean. But clearly, it provides opportunity for us as regulators to position ourselves better in the global space. And I think it's very important to look at competitiveness from a regulator point of view in the sense of the global dimension. We don't want to create an environment in Europe that's so unique from a regulatory point of view that nobody wants to go to Europe. It creates hurdles for investors to come to Europe. We want to make sure we work toward harmonizations of standards and process globally so that the European market not only leads it, but also becomes more attractive for pharmaceutical companies and innovators alike to come in Europe.
I mean, you mentioned there that obviously you work quite closely or have done for decades with the FDA. Have you noticed any kind of shift in terms of like how they approach you or international regulators or their engagement more generally?
No, we haven't seen so much. As a matter of fact, we continue our programs. We have one of our officers present at the FDA and vice versa. We have an officer from the FDA present in our facilities in Amsterdam. And during that transition period of the Trump administration, we were worried that this program were going to be discontinued, but no, it continued forward, so that's reassuring. In terms of our participation to meeting, the FDA has reduced some participation to some platform, but still remains very engaged with us, yes.
Last thing on Trump before we move on to more EU-specific stuff. We know obviously that his pick in RFK Jr., who's a prominent vaccine skeptic as health secretary, has been quite controversial, and there's been criticism that there's a kind of anti-pharma, anti-science potentially approach when you look at things like the recommendation last week coming out of Washington advising women not to take what here we'd call paracetamol during pregnancy because of what they say is a link with autism. Many international health bodies, including the EMA, the WHO, issued statements immediately afterwards denying that link and speaking out about this essentially. But I just wondered, Natalie, as kind of the pharma industry, as pharma companies more generally, does this kind of attitude or rhetoric kind of have any impact on the willingness to invest or engage with the US?
So I couldn't speak in terms of company-specific decisions on investments because that's not my role. I think what really is concerning is that whenever you have a regulator casting doubts on science, you create a lot of uncertainty. So if you remember during COVID, how important it was to keep the population informed of the scientific developments and how hungry we all were to find solutions. And I think as soon as you destabilize that level of confidence in government and confidence in science, you risk ripple effects that go across the globe. There's no, now that we have internet and social media and AI and everything else, nothing can be contained anymore. And I think the impact long-term on confidence in science, confidence in vaccines, and our health together, all of us, is much bigger than what perhaps is understood when such statements are made. So I think it's not to be underestimated in terms of resilience, health resilience, but also security. When you put science in question, when you create more vaccine skepticism, you are putting in danger, if you like, health security and resilience.
I want to kind of move on now from the US and onto Europe specifically. So one of the areas I wanted to hone in on is kind of like the research environment in the EU. And we obviously have a lot of great unis here. But one area we're consistently told that Europe has been falling behind on is on clinical trials, which obviously has an impact on whether a drug is launched in a certain country or region. I think it was last week, maybe the week before, that the EU's Health Commissioner, Oliver Varhelyi, said that he wants to revise the clinical trials regulation as part of the upcoming Biotech Act, which he said will be proposed later this year. Before we get into that, I just wondered, perhaps, Dean, maybe if you could paint a picture of the current situation around clinical trials. Why is this so frequently an area where perhaps we're seen to be falling behind on other, compared to other regions?
I think a part of it goes back to what Natalie said at the start. We have a history of being a powerhouse in clinical research because of the scientific prowess, because of the good academic backgrounds, because of our history of bringing forward new medications through clinical research. The facts are clear. Our share of clinical research globally has declined significantly over the last few years. Partly that's been because of the rise of research within China itself for Chinese populations taking up a big part of the growth. So it's complex. But the reality is, when companies are making the decisions of where to source their research, there's two things that matter. How easy is it to navigate the complexity of starting clinical trials, so the regulatory frameworks and the other frameworks? And secondly, is the return there afterwards? Particularly with in clinical research today, 2/3 of the products in human research come from smaller companies, biotech scattered across the world. They have choices where to place their investment. And if they see countries or regions where, yes, they've got great science, but we're uncertain where we'll get the commercial uptake post-launch, then it becomes less attractive. So we can look at it in terms of the clinical trial landscape. But what's vitally important is not just that we're the scientific prowess we have, we can focus on clinical trials, but as a continent, we have to focus on getting that innovation to the patients and not just looking at the clinical trial landscape in itself.
I mean, do you want to come in on that? Yeah.
I think that's the approach. No, I've lost both my that's so right, and Dean. And it's like for anything, you can't invent something and have nowhere to sell it. that doesn't work, right? And it's something interesting in terms of, we always look at this research, and research is fantastic, but if you don't have a market, and at the moment, the European market is unpredictable, and as we've seen, doesn't value innovation. And Gloria was explaining how difficult it is to match the kind of developments in science with the budgets. But then, you know, we have these siloed budgets where we have the pharma budget, the hospital budget. So if you look at Hep C, you've saved 11,000 euros per person cured who doesn't go into hospital anymore. Or the investment in Spain, 21 billion invested in pharma, 14.5 billion made savings in the healthcare system. So the problem is, if you only look at your pharma budget, yes, it's increasing because you have probably not just prices, but you have new treatments that are lifelong treatments or cures or whatever, and you're never capturing, it looks to me like you're never capturing the savings that you make through those anywhere else. And so you have this kind of siloed look, and that makes the market very unattractive because governments are not able to see the sustainability and become more and more reticent to give a value to the innovation. And so you're looking at a market that doesn't really value and pay for your medicines when there are lots of other constraints that we talked about earlier. So, you know, it's looking like minus, 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 minus when it needs to look like plus, plus, plus. And that takes a bit of a revolution, I think, or evolution of the system.
I wanted to get your thoughts on that, Gloria. Perhaps you could respond to it. And I also wanted to get a sense of how this plays out on a national level. Like, what does that mean for patients in Belgium, for example, if the clinical trials regulation isn't quite right?
Well, just to respond immediately, of course, we look at the impact on other budgets, right? In our pharmacoeconomic analysis that we use to evaluate medicines, you have a budget impact level 1, and that's what it costs. Level 2 is the savings that you make by the product replacing other products. And level 3 is the savings that you make because, for instance, people spend less time in the hospital. So it's definitely something that we look at, but the problem is our other budgets are not going down either, and we have a policy in place where we want to make mental health care accessible, and that also costs money. Or where we better want to remunerate nurses and doctors, and that also costs money. So it's rather complex, I would say, but it's not that it's not taken into account. Now, with regards to clinical trials, there's 2 things that I particularly care about. And the first one is that we have a lot of useless clinical trials because the sample sizes are too small. And there was an interesting study by the WHO on COVID clinical trials where it appeared that 95% of the clinical trials conducted during COVID were actually useless. And it's because we have no good systems in place to conduct multi-country clinical trials. So I'm quite glad with the Commissioner's announcements to revise the clinical trials regulation. I also think that there's a lot of work ahead in terms of the member states working together, in terms of working together on ethical reviews and stuff like this, but we need to do it. And then the second one is indeed patient access. There's a case that comes to mind of a child that wanted access to an oncology treatment in Italy, where it's clear that so there's not so many children with cancer, fortunately. And if you want to release a new product to treat cancer for children, then of course, as a researcher, you need to be able to recruit the children. You need to find the children. So these clinical trials usually are conducted in larger member states. It would be my wish in the life sciences strategy, but also in the revision of the clinical trials regulation, that we take this more into account, that patients and certainly children from all over Europe need access to these clinical trials, even if they're from a small member state. And we need a system in place to recruit patients from all over Europe. I think this would be a very important point, and also a point that shows that it's not only about competitiveness, but it's also about real people. It would be a point of attention.
Emmanuel, how, from a regulator's perspective, are there things that you think could obviously be changed as part of this regulation, or anything you'd like to add?
No, yeah, I mean, of course, as a regulators, we are very much aware of some of the shortcomings of the clinical trial environment, if you will, in Europe, and of the clinical trial regulation. But we need to remember there is still a heavy component of the member state in the conduct of clinical trial. But the initial intention of the clinical trial regulation, and when we put in place the clinical trial information system, which is kind of the informatic platform to support that, is very much an intention to centralize more of that process, so it's a single application for clinical trial that the member state can also access to that single platform. And there is a value in centralization, but there is still a lag and an engagement and maybe a commitment on the member state level to kind of follow through with that centralization. Now, I think the point that you made on multinational clinical trial is something we are also very much pushing forward as well. We've put in place a collaboration between the Commission and the member states called ACT EU, Accelerated Clinical Trial in Europe, and it has elements of fostering and pushing for multinational clinical trial. We have also incorporation of real-world evidence, real-world data to help as well in the execution of some of this clinical trial, get access to the right population, etc. There is the element of using some of the data we have in cities to maybe better engage with the potential participant of clinical trial healthcare professional. Recently, we rolled out what we call a clinical trial map. And in this map, we make a visual in a click of a button all the clinical trials that are being conducted in Europe. And a patient could, within the 3 clicks of a computer mouse, identify if there is a clinical trial which is currently recruiting or soon to be recruited in the disease area. They may be interested in participating. So these are the small things we can contribute to. Also supporting novel methodologies or design of clinical trials, things we need to do. So there's a lot in that space, definitely. There has been progress through the clinical trial regulation and the implementation of some aspects, but definitely more that could be incorporated in future iteration of that.
Sticking with kind of regulation issue or regulation in Brussels, the pharma package, which is the huge revamp of the rules governing the pharma industry, is being negotiated between EU countries and the Parliament at the moment. We heard today that the countries are hoping to find an agreement with the Parliament by the end of the year. And I just wondered, Natalie, how confident are you that the Danish presidency will be able to shepherd an agreement that you think would meet the industry's asks?
Thanks, Mary. I mean, first of all, speed is really important right now because the uncertainty that Dean was talking about before was also about this. The regulatory framework is unclear. The incentives are unclear. When the incentives are unclear, the decisions you made 15 years before you ever get a product is now. And so companies have been sort of wondering, well, do I go to Europe or not? So really important to get the agreement on the final text that will last probably for the next 20 years. In terms of meeting industry's expectations, I think we all realize that the text will at best, hopefully, improve the regulatory environment. I mean, that would be awesome, that we could have a leaner, a faster process with adapted to the next 20 years of technology, whatever they might be. Mm-hmm. So, with some ability to test. I think that would be the best case scenario that we have with the current compromises. We're not going to get a bit more attractive incentive environment because at best it's the way it is now. I think it will probably be a little bit less. So I think that we'll have super important incentives for antimicrobial resistance. We would be the first. That would be very cool. The first region in the world to do something on that. But in terms of making us super competitive, I don't think that's the one. And today, you said it at the beginning, you asked us for a vote. But every day that passes, things happen that make us less competitive. So I think this is one of the ingredients, but there are lots of other ingredients that have to be taken into decisions that have to be made to reverse the trend of losing competitiveness and change it. And the legislation is one, but there's also all the way upstream in the ecosystem, making sure that we give the right investment, that we make sure that our fantastic researchers have somewhere to go, that they have the right landscape in front of them, and then there's all the way up to the market access and having something that is predictable and attractive in terms of market access. If not, we are just going to continue that trend, and falling below 5 is not great.
One of the areas that was flagged by the Draghi report was AI. Dean, I wondered maybe, how would you compare our use currently in Europe of AI with the likes of the US, China, the Middle East? And is this an area you think we could feasibly compete, or are we already falling behind, and is that race already lost?
The race is absolutely not lost. We can definitely compete because you're going back to the fundamental research, and this continent has great fundamental research. AI is only as good as the information on which it's built. Okay? We have an opportunity. We have the ambitious European health data space. It's very ambitious. That is fantastic. Okay? It's a little bit like if you shoot for the stars, you'll get a long way. So I think we should embrace that, speed up the discussion, speed up the implementation, because what we need is high quality, curated, enriched, privacy protected information on which to build the algorithms to train the tools that are using it. There are fantastic companies coming out of all of our countries who are at the leading edge. We work with them, in imaging, in all kinds of areas. However, today, the appetite for where they will get their commercial return is not in Europe because it's hard to navigate. Our challenge, we talk about health competitiveness, and I think we say we should be very competitive because we're 450 million people. But when it comes down to buying things in healthcare, we're not. We're not even 27 member states. We're the regions within. And I think what we've got to use the opportunity of all of these legislations that are going to come through, the improvements of CTR, is take a look at how much progress we made by creating the EMA so many years ago, by putting some more decisions back into the center, creating frameworks that everybody adheres to. We're not going to remove the final say by the member states, but there's just too much fragmentation today. That Brussels effect, that's well known of having a good legislation that percolates through. We saw it with GDPR, but unfortunately we all live with 27 plus interpretations of GDPR. We can't have 27 plus interpretations of implementation of pharma regulation, changes on CTR, whatever may come of the Biotech Act. We have to have more consistency. And then, if we're applying that to data and data interoperability, then we'll be able to drive the adoption of AI and be competitive, not just in health, but in other sectors as well. So it's not a lost race. We have the skills. We just have to act more coherently.
I mean, you mentioned the European health data space, which obviously was agreed last year, and which is, the system in which our health data will be collected, anonymized, and made available for research purposes, to put it in kind of crude terms. I did want to ask Gloria, I don't know if how the implementation is going on a national level, if you're able to say anything on that. Sorry to put you on the spot there.
Well, it is going. That's what I can say. So it is ongoing. I think you're right, it's a challenge just to make the data infrastructure work. And even it's a challenge on the level of government. You need to contract companies that can build the data sets and the infrastructure for you. And even this is a challenge. Sometimes a quote that sticks to me whenever I ask one of my agencies, for instance, like, why can't we do this better? And they say, like, yeah, it's because all of the good programmers are with Google. It takes an incredible long time to build up a data system, and then even it takes a longer time to build up a good one. But we are very ambitious, I would say. We are working on it, and that's it, yeah.
Okay. I was going to ask if, for those of us in Belgium, when do you think we'd actually be using this system? But it sounds like...
Well, Belgium is not doing so badly in terms of data infrastructure. I think we're actually leading, and there's more to come. For instance, thinking of real-world evidence, we are building an evidence platform right now that will accompany reimbursement decisions, because more and more medicines come to the market with significant uncertainties in terms of overall survival rates, for instance. And so we are setting up infrastructures between hospitals to collect the data from the patients, the real-world evidence on what the effect of this medicine in practice is. So I think there really is a lot to come. I think a lot of programmers are making an incredible amount of money of us. And
I would echo. We work with governments across the region and elsewhere, and I would certainly say that Belgium is one of the leading countries in this space. So I know it was your own assessment, but I would echo that, having had discussions across other member states.
I also wanted to talk, do you want to come in on? I was going to ask you the next question, but if you have something specifically on EHS you want to say, you're very welcome.
EHS or more generally speaking on data. I think in the context, we just talked about artificial intelligence, digitalization in general terms. Data is gold. And we need to understand that in every aspect of what we're doing, data is what's going to be driving progress. And when we see that, of course, in the context of real-world evidence, but I could bring also the context of medicine shortages, where we need to have access to data to be able to better, prevent or address certain type of shortages. So the concept of data as a whole in Europe, and in the context of European health data space and the potential that access to data for secondary use of data brings, I think this is essential to acknowledge that. So it's nice to think of artificial intelligence, and at least from a regulator point of view, we look across when it comes to artificial intelligence, but the underlying foundation of this will be data.
And I mean, just on AI, I wonder to what extent actually is it being used at the moment by the EMA, and is there kind of obvious room for expansion in terms of how you're currently using it, or is there obvious areas where you see it's being used in the future?
Yeah, so first of all, AI is sometimes when you speak about AI, your head spins because there's so many potential with AI. So it's a matter of making sure how you categorize artificial intelligence in specific needs. So there is either the support we provide to medicine developers that use AI, but your question, it focuses more on how we incorporate AI in our process, and that links to efficiency. So yeah, we're very interested in that. There is opportunities that we're exploring in supporting certain aspect of our process, like scientific advice, procedures, not in an independent way, but to support our experts in accessing some of the information and compiling some of the information that could be of value to them. We would want to expand that to the assessment of medicines, and very much so as well to the aspect of pharmacovigilance and safety monitoring of drugs when they are in the market. So definitely a great interest. We have a lot of activities within the agency and within the network of regulators in Europe to specifically tackle the opportunities that AI provides, yes.
Well, if I could just add a comment. We talked about AI in the context of data and algorithms. Well, we heard from Gloria earlier, one of the challenges is just the overall affordability of health because the cost in other departments. The use of the AI tools is where we have a real chance just to save money and reduce the burden on the day-to-day work that the healthcare professionals do. There's examples in hospitals in Belgium that are using AI-assisted tools for just taking the notes, AI scribes, documentation, or robotics moving things around the hospital. Cases where certain hospitals have saved 4 FTEs in one department, 4 people's worth of time in one department. And if you can scale that, and there's plenty of examples across many other countries and many other hospitals which have proven that if we just use the existing tools in the existing framework, we can save an awful lot of time of hard-pressed healthcare professionals. That will save money and allow that investment in other areas, whether it's your mental health services, whether it's into new innovative drugs, etc. So I think we don't just look in the context of AI, algorithms and data, but existing tools applied to reduce workflow tasks and that automation element. It's not what can happen tomorrow. It's happening today. We just have to embrace it at scale.
Okay. I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking that is actually all we have time for. So thank you everyone for your time and your contributions and for such an interesting and engaging chat. To our audience, please do stay seated. We have what's next, I'm sure will be a great panel with my colleague Bartosz, who'll be moderating the panel discussion, The Food Equation, Security Meets Sustainability. Thanks everyone. Cheers.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our next session on Europe's new food equation. My name is Bartosz Brzezinski, and I cover agri-food-related topics at Politico. When Brussels talks about competitiveness and security, the focus is often on defense, energy, or tech. But food belongs on that list too, or at least so I hear whenever I talk to people here in Brussels. The war in Ukraine, climate shocks, and farmers' protests have shown just how fragile the food system can be. This session comes as the European Commission has just proposed its vision for the EU's farm budget after 2027. Agriculture Commissioner Christoph Hansen insists it's not a budget cut, and that it strengthens competitiveness and keeps climate ambition intact. Let's test that claim. Please welcome our panelists. Starting from on my left, Dacian Ciolos, former European Commission for Agriculture, former MEP with the Liberal Group, and former Prime Minister of Romania. Next to him, we have Marco Contiero from Greenpeace. He's the EU Agriculture Policy Director. And to his left, Jens Hartmann, Head of Europe, Middle East, and Africa at Bayer Crop Science. The EU is rewriting its farm policy for after 2027. Commissioner Hansen insists this new vision will strengthen competitiveness without sacrificing environmental or social ambition. Mr. Ciolos, from your perspective, will Hansen's vision actually get Europe there, or is Brussels moving in the wrong direction?
No, the vision of Commissioner Hansen is a good one. The problem is that there is a difference between the statements in the Commission and the content of the legislative proposals. With the legislative proposals on MFF package, including agriculture, in my opinion, this is the beginning of the end of a common agricultural policy. A sectoral common agricultural policy will be transformed in a sectoral program, among others, in the budget. And agriculture, maybe with the fishery policy, are the only one connected on the meantime to the market and the social and environmental objectives that we have. So if we separate these two, we risk to have a disturbance on the market, and we risk to lose a lot of farmers. And you know, in agriculture, once you lose some farmers, they will not come back. This is the specificity to work with natural resources. So for me, this is the risk that I don't see this vision that the Commissioner Hansen presented in the springtime. I don't see this translated in the budgetary proposal, having a combination of about our objective to produce food, to produce non-food agricultural production, because agriculture can contribute also to energy production, to some bioeconomy industries, and also to combine this objective to increase competitiveness of our agriculture, the resilience, economic resilience of our agriculture, and to have a good management of natural resources, because the soil, the water, the biodiversity are not only public goods, but they are also factors of production for our farmers. And this vision, it's absent from the proposal when you put in the same package all the budget, and to leave the responsibility, the common European responsibility, to leave it to the member states to decide how they will share this money. You imagine what should happen on the market if one farmer is paid in a certain level, and in another member state the government decides to pay less or to pay more, and even to add some state aid. We risk to have big disturbance on the market just because this political decision to deal with the budget.
So if you used to be in Hansen's shoes, if you were still commissioner today, what would you do differently? Short answer.
I would connect agriculture with other policies, with trade policy, with environmental and climate change policy, with energy policy, having a different system to pay the farmers, more to what they are doing, so to rethink the income of farmers related to what they sell on the market and the service that they provide, and to transform what we have today, direct payments, in more incentive approach, and to also give the dignity to the farmers, because now the perception in the society is that the direct payments are a social support for them, which is not right. But we need more clarity on what we use, the way we use this budget, and also I would think to an investment policy, maybe connected to competitiveness fund and other funds, in order to stimulate farmers to invest in digitalization, in integrating new technologies, more in harmony with good management of natural resources, and also to adapt our trade policy and trade agreements to this objective, long-term objective to ensure strategic autonomy for some key products.
Marco, I saw you maybe nodding along a bit. Do you see this new proposal, this new common agricultural policy proposal for after 2027? Where is the climate ambition? Where is the environmental ambition in it?
Indeed, I have to say I almost could repeat your speech. There are some interesting policy options chosen by the Commission. This proposal is clearly more targeted than the one that we have currently have. We do see this attempt to have a better focus on farmers who need the most support. There are interesting, also from an environmental point of view, provisions in terms of, for instance, the aspects of allowing farmers to come out with transition plans and then receiving support for that. However, the main concern, the main problem is that because of the way in which the budget has been, the cap, the part of the budget that will be devoted to cap, a bit less than 300 billion, it has been structured. Eventually, we're going to have a big part given to farmers as today as an hectare-based payment, irrespective of what farmers do. And then the remaining, it depends how much member states will use, but the remaining 20% more or less will have to be divided between agro-environmental policy decisions, investment support, support for areas of natural constraints, knowledge and innovation spreading, etc., etc. So many different, extremely important, mandatory measures that member states are supposed to take will have to just manage a very tiny part of the budget. And today, in the cap that is actually implemented, 32% of the budget is devoted to environmental payments, whether in the first pillar with eco schemes and the second pillar with agri-environmental measures. De facto, it is very possible that once this cap is implemented, if it stays as it is, we're going to see disappearing the whole budget dedicated today to environmental action. And this would be a disaster, clearly.
Jens, you represent one of the biggest companies involved in the agricultural sector, Bayer. When you look at this proposal from a kind of business side, will farmers become more competitive thanks to the policies being proposed by Brussels?
Yeah, good question, Bartosz. The way we're looking at it, and going perhaps half a step back, how you introduced the discussion, talking about resilience in the ag sector, no? And we have all experienced how fragile the whole food system is here. We saw it, or we see it with climate change, then we saw geopolitical, and now trade. Now, how do we address this? There are two aspects to it. The one is through innovation, driving innovation in agriculture. The other one is through policy and frameworks. Now, looking at innovation, and that brings then the bridge back to CAP and the way it's supposed to be, is on the one hand side, farmers need stability. No? They need also, to a certain extent, the assurance with regard to the business they're in, that it's remaining a viable, a professional, and a profitable business going forward. On the other hand side, farmers also need, and we are proposing very much an incentivization scheme towards innovation. So how can we ensure that farmers are recognized and appreciated for driving sustainable agriculture going forward with new tools? And last but not least, which is also very, very important, is that if you look at CAP, you need to ensure that you've got place for additional revenue streams. And I think, Bartosz, you mentioned that, Marco, you talked about that as well. And we look at it, for example, through carbon farming. To what extent do we incentivize farmers opening up additional revenue streams to keep their profession, to keep agriculture a profitable business going forward? So that's a little bit how we would look at it, but most importantly really is the recognition and incentivization towards innovation, which drives resilience in agriculture, and that's innovation across all technologies, ultimately. No? It's seeds, it's new breeding technologies, it's crop protection, it's biologics, it's the entire toolbox.
You've all touched upon this theme of resilience, Mr. Challis. What's the single biggest vulnerability in the European food system? And is the Commission addressing it effectively?
There are several, in my opinion. There are vulnerabilities related to the market, to the unpredictability of market for reasons connected to climate change. This is more and more present on the spot, and not only in some regions, but all across Europe, droughts or floods or fires and so on. So this is a big problem to deal with, and we see that the private insurance company don't cover all these risks. So we should imagine a system combining what private sector can provide with what we can do with public money. Then it's a question of generational renewable. This is a big risk, in my opinion, for European agriculture, because European farmers are more and more older, and we have difficulties to find young farmers to come in this activity, also because of unpredictability in this activity. Unpredictability connected to the market, but also lack of vision and visibility about how the income can be built for farmers. And this is why I think before to stimulate young farmers to come, we should deal with the way that we ensure a stable and predictable income for farmers related to the market and also related to the payments of public goods. And we should create new markets of carbon absorption, of biodiversity maintaining, of management of the landscape in some area, which is very important. All these activities or all these goods, public goods, are connected to activity of farmers together with the production of food. And as I mentioned, we don't discuss enough about bioeconomy, about non-food agriculture production. We have a lot of commitment in the circular economy in Europe, and agriculture can contribute to them. But we have to be clear how we will pay this for farmers, and also energy production and so on. So this is a large approach that we have to have about farmers in order to give predictability.
Marco, do you find that there is enough recognition of the investment needs in these different challenges when you talk to policymakers, lawmakers?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think there is enough, even in society, but also in the political circle here in Brussels, commitment and understanding of the problems that we're facing when discussing about climate change. We do see, finally, I would say, in Europe as well now, since a few years, the real impact of climate change. But if you look at some figures, the EA came out with the calculations on this Monday and also before. We have seen, first of all, the problem related to the lack of implementation of environmental legislation in Europe cost, Commissioner Roosevelt told us, 180 billion a year. The cost of implementing is 122, if I'm not mistaken, billion, which means that Europe, if it invests into implementing environmental legislation, would, for every 10 euros, get 15 euros in avoided costs. That's a pretty good economic. But when it comes only and exclusively to climate change, we've seen in the 80s, we were facing weather events imposing cost of 8.5 billion a year. As of 2022, we are talking about 45 to 48 billion every single year, and it's only going to be up. That's why I go back to the CAP, for example. And what my colleagues have said, we need to provide incentives to farmers and landowners to to change their practices, and it's not something easy. It requires convincing, it requires encouragement, it requires money. We cannot provide incentives without providing money for that transition that we ask businesses to do. We have to provide them a vision, and we have to provide them the tools to get to that vision. I don't think that policies such as the CAP or a lot of the omnibus deregulation that we are witnessing in these very weeks in Brussels is going in that direction.
Well, that's something that even Commissioner Hansen talks about, needing to tap into private investment. But coming back to resilience, Jens, from the industry side, what are some of the most concrete innovations or solutions that you can bring to increase that resilience? Carbon farming seems to always be a discussion that will happen someday, but first we have to address.
Yeah, absolutely. And carbon farming is not necessarily addressing the resilience in agriculture. No? The resilience in ag addressing climate change is really around new breeding techniques. How do you make your crops heat resistant, drought resistant, water resistant? It's about how do you allow access to new modern technologies, even in the crop protection sector. If you look at Europe in the last 5 years, we haven't seen any new molecules being registered in the marketplace. To the contrary, I think the industry overall lost 80 or so products. So it's that combination of innovation which drives ultimately the resilience and which addresses climate change, together with, and you talked earlier about competitiveness. Now, what does farmers in Europe really concern from a competition point of view? Also, when you look at agricultural resilience, it's the access or the speed of access to new technologies. And there we come to Omnibus, and there we come to the regulatory framework and the element of, or the angle of how can we have a more efficient regulatory system to maintain that competitiveness in Europe compared to other geographies by farmers just having timely access to new technologies. No? And then last but not least, in terms of challenges, what you asked to ag food systems, I completely agree to Bartosz, what you are saying. The aging farming population is a massive challenge in Europe. And why doesn't the younger generation get more into farming? It's on the one hand side, of course, that predictability element. To what extent do I enter a sector which gives me midterm solid and forecastable financial returns? And at the same time, also the entire element of to what extent is agriculture and to what extent are farmers actually recognized in society. And we just need to remember the farmer protests we had here. It was 2 years ago or so. It was a lot about, is farming or are farmers actually recognized as a very, very important and strong contributor to food security in Europe. So that would be a little bit my take and my angle to it.
Well, you alluded to the slow approvals of some of these new technologies. Access to new technologies is an issue. If approvals were faster, what's one innovation that farmers could tap into tomorrow?
Well, it's probably not a matter of tomorrow, but it's in general access to new crop protection products, access to biologics, access to seeds, to better genetics who have climate resilience traits in there. It's the entire portfolio of a toolbox which a farmer needs to address resilience in agriculture.
Mr. Challis, do you think the Commission is doing enough to provide that? I mean, they also talk about this access to new technologies, new genomic techniques, new pesticides. Do you find that policymakers today are giving enough of a toolbox to farmers?
I don't think it's so much the Commission fault. It's more about our decisional process, sensitivities of some subject in some areas of society. Some member states are more open than others to that, and this is why we have some blockages in some political debates. And I think we need we need the debates, open debates and discussion about that, because sometimes we deal with some prejudgments on NGTs, for example. I remember we had a lot of discussion connected this with GMO, but we have some new technologies today which are not so much understood and discussed in the society, because finally, you know, the politicians are very sensitive to the signals coming from the society. And we have, in the last decades, more and more a short-term political approach, because the politicians are thinking to the next elections, and instead to project a sector to the future, they are dealing or not with some sensitive subject, depending on how close the discussion is to the elections and how the people will react. And this is one of the reasons why we have difficulties to take strategical decision and to implement a vision. We are good to elaborate a vision on the paper, but then it's more difficult to implement this. And the farmers pay the price.
Marco, you hear technologies, you hear new molecules. Where do you draw the line? Where does innovation fit the sustainability vision that you from Greenpeace advocate, and where is it going? Where is it crossing the line?
Yeah, I mean, you use the right verb. I hear a lot. I've been in Brussels for the past 22 years, and I've heard technology and technological innovation constantly. What I've heard much less is other type of innovation, which is not technological. That's the first important part. So all the social innovation that we have seen actually happening, for instance, farmers starting farmers markets and having direct processing and all sorts of other societal and social, the food council in many cities, etc. So that innovation has never been discussed. And then when it comes to resilience, which is the term that the UN and Jens also used, what I would like to hear more about is how to ensure that we get to have resilient farming systems. Because when you're facing drought, then you might have, it's not so easy with genetic engineering, but to a certain extent it's possible, you can have a plant that has a better chances to resist to a drought period. But we're not just facing droughts. We are facing erratic weather conditions. We're facing drought, we're facing floods, we're facing early rain, we're facing late frost. This is what climate change brings to us. And if you have a resilient system, a system where the focus is on soil organic matter, fertility, the stability of the system, then your plants, and if you input much more diversity in the field, then your field and your landscape will be much more resilient. That's something that, especially in Brussels, very, very few politicians talk about. And I would like to have, because it's scientifically speaking 100% solid, it's been shown that resilient systems react to shocks, climatic shocks, much better than monoculture or genetically identical plants, without even going into the debate. And then on NGTs, just one clarification. The debate right now is whether NGTs should be risk assessed, traced, and labeled or not. We're not talking about banning or not banning them. And even there, unfortunately, the debate is quite simple. It's been addressed in a very simplistic way by saying, we must have these technologies. Yes, we must have the technologies, we must trace them, we must label them, and then also see whether farmers want to use them or not and how effective they are.
At one point, Jens, I saw you nodding along. What's your take?
Yeah, my take, I'm very much in sync with Marco, what you're saying, that the resilience piece and basically the element of regenerative ag. So it's not only about producing more on the same amount of land, but it's a whole thinking process, an element about how can we produce more whilst we restore more in nature. And that's when you get immediately, of course, on the one hand side into the toolbox discussion, but on the other hand side into a crop system approach, where you not necessarily look at only one season, but you look at the entire crop rotation, crop cycles, and then we're coming back to cap and incentivization. So that's where the loop kind of closes.
Yeah.
How can you drive through a policy framework and incentivization scheme the resilience adaptation through regenerative act? That's why I was basically nodding what you said.
I wanted to come back to where we started with the common agricultural policy. You mentioned the social element of it. That is it a social support system, or is it supposed to be kind of feeding into the competitiveness of the sector? What is its role? Where do you see the role of the CAP, of the common agricultural policy?
So even thinking to the income of farmers, they have a social dimension also, because when we look on the European treaty related to food, and the common agricultural policy, the objectives are to ensure enough food and affordable food for all citizens, and in parallel to be able also to provide a good and stable income for farmers. But if this income of farmers is ensured by only direct payments, the perception in society is that we give money to the farmers for nothing. And this is the big problem, in my opinion, for now at least 2 decades, the public debate about whether we should finance or not agriculture. As long as the situation is more complex. I remember when I was commissioner and I visited some areas in Finland, for example, or in the Nordic countries, they insisted that they want to keep farming in some areas, even if the productivity is not so high as, I don't know, in the Central Europe plains. So in a lot of our regions or member states, agriculture play also a social role in the sense that the agriculture activity keep farmers and keep people in some areas in which without agriculture it will be a social desert. So this is why we have to combine our tools in order, first of all, to give to the farmers the possibility to produce in all these areas and to look on different markets, because we talk about theoretical common market, but in fact in food sector we have different type of market. We have some local markets, we have some more larger market with the big distribution with supermarkets. We have an international market, and which is very important for European Union, because without export, a lot of our sector will not be competitive, and we cannot keep this sector. So we should think to this reality and to combine social objectives with competitiveness and with good management of natural resources. For me, these are interconnected. We cannot have agriculture without fertile soil, without water, clean water and enough water, even without biodiversity, as we cannot have farming in Europe without farmers, not only in very productive areas, but also in mountain areas, in more remote regions. And we should think to our tools in order to keep some common rules for our European market, but to give them to the farmers the possibility to choose the specific adapted tools in order to keep their activity.
Yeah, Marco, the Commission in the past, or in member states, the Parliament, every time they try to increase environmental ambition with the Green Deal, with the Farm to Fork strategy, trying to tie the cap towards those objectives, it seems the ambition is always kind of hitting a political bit of a pressure. Yeah. How do you address that? It's something that I think everyone here mentioned, but when this vision hits politics, hits political reality, how do you push it forward?
The concern we have is precisely that this cap, as the previous one as well, is providing member states an incredible amount of power in terms of deciding how to spend the money. Member states have, not only they can decide whether to give 130 or 240 euros per hectare to farmers. It's almost, twice as much So there is already there only for hectare base without any string attached to that. But then they can also define the new conditionality, the new greening rules can be defined by member states. And unfortunately, looking at the history of the majority of member states, the way in which money has been spent, we don't have a lot of positive elements to say we can be sure that money will be given as an incentive to farmers to, again, transition and provide a farming production that is much more sustainable. But I wanted to come back a bit on a social aspect, which, as I said at the beginning, this proposal is actually trying to address, also via degressivity and capping, which are very highly hot political topics, which I don't think we have time to discuss now. But it's interesting, we need to also realize how different agriculture is. Commissioner Charles comes from Romania, I come from Italy, Jens, you come from Germany, I think. We have realities that are radically different, but we also within sectors, 65% of farmers produce 8,000 euros a year in terms of output. 3% produce more than 250,000, and 0.2% produces more than 500,000 per year in output. That reality, that divergent reality must be addressed. And in that sense, in the strategic dialogue, which I was part of, we reached an agreement, and the agreement was, let's give, as a social policy, a certain amount of payments within the cap to farmers that are not productive, that are not successful businesses, but just for the sake of ensuring that they remain in local areas and they populate rural areas. And I stand for that.
And unfortunately, we don't find this kind of indicators in the legislative proposal that the Commission put on the table. So this is another example of difference between a vision and what we put on the table when we come with legislative proposals.
It's almost like trying to compromise to do a little bit of everything. And you mentioned capping and degressivity, Marco. I remember the Commission speaking about looking even further ahead than 2028 towards the big enlargement that could happen with Ukraine. Capping and degressivity, it's a proposal that the Commission has tried to come forward with many times in the past. This time they're saying, oof, maybe it will help convince member states because of Ukrainian agriculture. Mr. Chalos, you've spoken before about the challenges of integrating Ukraine into the EU. It's a big agricultural powerhouse.
Yeah, the direct payment, it's not enough to be solved in order to have more clarity about how we'll integrate Ukraine. Ukraine is a big piece, and in my opinion, we have to think out of the box in the case of Ukraine. And to find a tailored and adapted solution working together with them. And in my opinion, we should start now to discuss about that. First of all, to see the reality on the spot and to have proper data about the situation on the spot, because Ukraine is not only about very big farms and big agri-food complex. There are also small and medium-sized farms. Ukraine lost a part of their international market, and Russia weaponized the food on this market. So we should help Ukraine to recover this market, and then to propose to them a long transition. And I think we can find a win-win solution, but if we approach the subject in a rational and pragmatic way, and not only with political fears. And because of political fears, we don't want to open sensitive subjects.
We're almost out of time, so I just wanted to turn to each of you. Name one change Brussels could make soon, quickly, that would make Europe's food system more secure, more sustainable, more competitive. What's the one change? Maybe starting with Jens.
From my point of view, regulatory simplification.
Marco.
Faster access to innovation.
From my point of view, you start having the guts to deal with demand-side policies, because the two dependencies we have from feed from South America and the US and synthetic fertilizers from Russia and Belarus are based on the enormous amount of animals that we need to feed, and we don't have the land to do it.
For me, it's to put in coherence our objective as strategic autonomy in the food sector and trade policy that we have. If we don't have coherence among that, we invest a lot of money in agriculture, but will not have results.
Thank you, and that's all the time we have. Please remain seated. Up next, we'll have my colleague Jan Czynski here on stage for a conversation with Andrius Kubilius, the EU Commissioner for Defence and Space. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you to all the panelists.
Hello again, and welcome back to Politico's Competitive Europe Summit. My name is Jan Czynski, and I'm a senior policy editor in charge of defense policy at Politico. And I'm delighted to close our summit today with the best for last, Andrius Kubilius, the EU Commissioner for Defense and Space. Welcome. Thanks very much for joining us. And I guess I'll jump right in with an issue that we were both at the Warsaw Security Forum earlier this week, and it's an issue that sort of popped up today here as well. The Commission has talked about building a drone wall. It was part of Ursula von der Leyen's State of the Union speech a few weeks ago. There seems to be some confusion about the scale, the speed, the cost of this thing. Can you bring us up to speed? What does the Commission actually have in mind when you talk drone wall?
Well, definitely we do not have in mind, traditional wall.
So it's not Europe's Maginot Line?
No. Well, first of all, what we need to have in mind. First of all, Commission President, of course, she named drone wall as part of Eastern Flank Watch. That is title of broader, defense concept. How the border with Russia can be better defended from EU side, from member state side, and those initiatives were coming perhaps since even last year. Here was an initiative by interior ministers of so-called exactly drone wall, how to have more capacities to protect border against illegal migration. During the summertime, if I'm correct, during July, defense ministers of Poland and Baltic states appealed to Commission with, at that time it was called Baltic Defense Line or something like that, and they asked exactly support for two major components. One is, ground wall. We can say something like Maginot Line, but maybe more modern, which would allow to have all the contra-mobility measures on the ground, like anti-tank trenches, like those Dragon Ts, which, as it was shown, the recent practice in Ukraine, that is quite effective, if that is built smart. But second also was what the ministers asked, to have something like drone wall equipment. And the evaluation of, at least if you look into their paper, evaluation was that for those countries, Poland and Baltic states, some kind of this drone wall equipment, first of all, detection systems, because you need to have radars, special radars, you can have acoustic sensors, and then, of course, equipment to destroy drones like anti-drone interceptors, like electronic warfare means, like traditional, Zenit artillery or machine guns. the cost was around of 1 billion euros. So after provocation against Poland, when we saw everybody around of almost 20 drones were sent to Poland, definitely this topic of drone wall became very, very high in priority. And last Friday, I had a video conversation with the ministers from this frontline, what we call frontline countries, and also Danish minister was participant. And he was very strong wish and will really to build those capacities, because what this provocation against Poland have shown, what drones intrusions into my country, into Lithuania, into Romania, are showing that we lack really capabilities to detect drones, and then really to have cost-effective capabilities to destroy drones. Reaction to provocation against Poland was very, very, very effective from NATO point of view. Aircrafts, were immediately scrambled up. But the means which were used to destroy drones, million value missiles, perhaps is not what we need really to have. So we see clearly perspective to build this, what we call now drone wall. Whatever, we can change the title if some misunderstanding is coming from that. Quite quickly, especially some initial stages, like really building detection capacities. And it will be good to have this as a regional project in order that those detection systems would communicate in between of each other, in order to have for us clear picture. And well, some experts are saying that the whole drone wall in its significant built during 1 year period. I think that for detection capabilities, it's even less what is needed.
Now, when you were on that panel in Warsaw and with Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, he wasn't anti-drone wall, but he was skeptical if this was the best use of limited resources. We heard similar concerns from French President Emmanuel Macron today, who was also wondering about the feasibility and the priorities on the drone wall. Are you worried that there's a lack of political buy-in, or that there's skepticism on some countries as to whether the EU should go ahead on this scale and speed with a project like this?
Well, I see. Well, of course, discussions always are good, and we shall discuss. And the same Pistorius, he said, well, yes, to defend against drones is important, but he was maybe wondering what is that project really about. I would say, first of all, NATO General Secretary Mark Rutte repeatedly said, this is really very important to develop, and NATO themselves, they are doing some kind of testing on those frontline territories, equipment which can be the best one. Because I can repeat that we understood that our capabilities to detect drones, we have good capabilities to detect air fighters, we can, maybe we have good capabilities to detect missiles, but drones demand specific capabilities. So Mark Rutte was very strong in favor of development of such kind of project. And then I can see very clearly, some kind of, we can make conclusions. The countries which faced provocations with drones, they are very strongly, in favor of building something. The countries maybe which are still not, were not facing some kind of those problems, they are, of course, it's rational to ask the questions, but it would be strange for me if we would not build capacities to defend ourselves now against the weapons which Russians are using in the war against Ukraine. And what Ukrainians are saying that Ukrainians are good in drones and electronic warfare, but they recognize that Russians are as good as Ukrainians. And at the moment I saw one NATO country, European one, which published recently very important document, so-called strategic review of their defense defense doctrine, and that is the United Kingdom, where they put very clearly in strategic perspective what should be their defense or military doctrine. And they used a very interesting title, 20-40-40. 40% of targets should be hit by light drones, by kamikaze drones, another 40 by heavy drones, and only 20% by traditional heavy technique. And this is exactly what Ukrainians are saying about their experience. 80% of targets are hit by drones.
So what do you think, looking at what happened in Poland, the overflight in Romania, what's happening in Denmark, the German reports from today about their tracking of these overflights of the drones, what's going on? Are these probes by Russians? Are these disconnected things where there's no strong proof of Russian involvement, but people are jumping to conclusions? What do you think is happening?
Well, I think that this is, deliberate provocation or testing what Russia did, especially when we're talking about Polish experience. Those were not lost drones, because of electronic warfare, instruments used by, for example, by Ukraine. It's very clear that drones had special fuel tanks, much larger, in order to fly exactly towards distance of Poland. And well, we can guess what is the aim of such kind of provocation. Is that testing of our abilities, how we're able to detect and to defend ourselves. So really, we see the problems which we need to resolve. So in some way, we can, I don't know if that would be proper word to say. We can be grateful. We've shown what are our problems. The question is why we were not, paying enough of attention during the previous, at least 2 years when drones started to be used very, very intensively in the war against Ukraine. And second question is that what is next? And I would not be surprised if we shall see bigger scale of those provocations. Still, how to say, being below Article 5. And even if we shall build our capacities to destroy those drones, always will be the question, what is our political answer? And what we need also to see, that the goal can be also in some way of Russian side psychological. Because what I saw being in Warsaw and talking with people and talking with media, definitely when the country is getting 20 drones intrusion into the territory, people are simply becoming nervous because they don't know what is next. And that is why definitely the governments and all of us, we need to build real capacities to defend ourselves, to destroy those drones, whatever numbers will come, in order really to show our people that they can be safe and not be nervous each day, waiting what next can come.
In Warsaw, the Polish Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, said there was some sort of a war had already begun. You're saying that it's very difficult to know, but there could be more provocations. In light of that, how confident are you of the backing of the United States, of the US involvement and interest in European security under Donald Trump? Is this still a reliable ally?
Well, I would not discuss maybe about reliability. Sometimes, of course, we are discussing what does it mean, what they are saying. But we need to, as Europeans, we need to rationally accept the logic of Americans. When they are asking us that Europeans, you should take much more of responsibility on European defense, because they, as Americans, they see other challenges, global challenges like rising Chinese military power, and they need to shift their resources towards Indo-Pacific. So we should not look into such kind of perspective with a lot of emotion, that we cannot, trust Americans and so on. This is new stage, new global development, stage, which we need to understand and we need to accept, and we need to build our capabilities also, having in mind that we shall need not only to defend ourselves against possibility of Russian aggression, but also that we shall need to replace American assets which they were keeping here. And maybe we can agree, we can look for agreement with Americans on some kind of calendar issues. How they will, ship their resources towards Indo-Pacific, when it will come, because, definitely for replace their capabilities, we shall need to invest. It will take time, and so on and so on.
The EU's pushed through the 150 billion euro safe loans for weapons program. You're working on the final trilogues on the EDIP program. Is that enough? Should the EU look to create a common defense market? Is there more that can be done to try to make the defense market more efficient, to step in and fill the gaps that the Americans leave behind?
Well, I would say that since the beginning of this commission, and my job as commissioner, we spent those months building what I call opportunities for member states to develop their capabilities. Financial opportunities, like you mentioned, SAFE, some kind of the industrial policy instruments like EDIP, legal, diminishing bureaucracy with omnibus on simplification. Now time comes for next stage, which I call delivery. And here is exactly where important role will be played by so-called roadmap on defense readiness, which is now started to informally to be discussed in the UCO and then at the end of October.
Which the leaders talked about today, right?
Yeah, today, yeah. And then, formal decisions should be made later at the end of October. And this roadmap should very clearly, needs to have very clearly timelines. When and what we need to deliver. So more or less we know what we need to deliver, from NATO capability targets. We need to have aggregated demand picture.
So drilling down to the specifics, like air defenses or artillery or ammunition. So you've got actual targets that this.
We now have those 9 areas of strategic domains. I'm looking that we need even more specifically say in that domain what kind of weapons we need to develop. Then we need to have. We shall look for some kind of mapping of production capabilities. How much we can produce. If there is shortage, then we need to use our instruments from EDIP, how to support expansion of production. So that would be very important. And then, of course, second question is how to deliver in the most effective way. Who is playing what role? What national governments, what role they're playing? What role is played by Commission, by EAS, by European Defence Agency? Again, we need to have very clear institutional understanding. And then the last question, of course, will be how to finance. So what we did with safe loans is important, but definitely 150 billion is not enough. Looking into the future, I'm quite assured that we shall have really big defense financial resources from national defense spending. If to take into account that member states pledge to spend 3.5%, and they will reach that target before 2035. I am taking next MFF period, 8 years or 7 years, from 2028 till 2035. If we shall accept that member states for that period can spend around of 3% of GDP in average. At first lower, then larger numbers. 3% annually from EU member states will be around of 600 billion per year. 7 years it will bring 4.2 trillion euros. Okay, not all money will be spent on equipment, salaries, pensions, around of 50% can be, but nevertheless we shall have quite a big amount of money, 2 trillion, for example. The problem is that those money we need to have now, not before 2035, because we are speaking about defense readiness 2030, not just for some kind of symbolism, but because we know that Putin can wage an aggression against us, against NATO member states. It will take for him next 3 or 5 years to be ready. So that's why we need to be ready to defend ourselves much sooner. And we need to find a way how we can, I would call front load maybe those money, but that's, again, the question for what I call for financial engineers, to find the best way.
And I guess also to better coordinate procurement so that you're not wasting money so that these things
Absolutely. This is what we need to keep in mind always, what I'm saying is that while building our defense capabilities through production, through procurement, on national level, we need to keep in mind also structural problems of European defense industry, which were very well described by Draghi in his report. It's fragmentation of the industry, it's lack of market, single market, and that is why our industry is not able to use power of big market to develop their competitiveness. Then we are losing in global competition and so on and so on.
What role do you see for third countries? This has been a sort of a tricky political issue. How wide do you open the door to the UK, to Canada, maybe to Turkey? How do you exclude a lot of the US? Does that create political blowback from the Americans? How do you see that whole debate shaping up?
Well, I will not maybe tell all the details. You know, the last safe regulation is most open, you know, regulation which we have had for participation of third countries. Now negotiations with Canada and the UK on those bilateral agreements, technical agreements, are going on. I hope that they will be successful. And it means that Canadian and UK defense industry will be considered like European. That is one thing. With other countries, of course, there are specific issues. There are possibilities for industries which belong to United States, for example, if they are established in Europe, really to participate. But what we need to remember, what I am saying always to our American colleagues, that they need to remember that European Union money spent from the budget or like safe loans are just a small part which will be spent in Europe on defense, because majority of money will come from member states. Like I said, you know, we shall have maybe during, you know, till 2035, more than 2 trillion euros, which member states will spend on defense, when our next projection to MFF is that we shall have, you know, for space and defense around 130 billion euros, which means that for defense we shall have around, you know, 50 or 60 billion euros. So on one side we have 2 trillion, on the other side we have, you know, 50 billion, and national defense spending is not regulated at all by EU. If member states will decide that they want to buy American weapons, they will buy. We can incentivize them with our, you know, EDIP program and with our finances in the budget to incentivize them to spend money, you know, in a joint procurement, maybe more for European production, but that is only incentivization, not a regulation.
We're running out of, or have run out of time, so I'll just ask you one last short question. Are we going to be able to do this in time? I mean, the intelligence assessments say that Russia, as you'd said, could be ready to attack in 4 or 5 years. You come from a frontline country. Are you confident that within those 4 or 5 years, Europe can do the job and actually stand up for itself?
I'm absolutely sure that we can do the job, but definitely everybody needs to understand that it demands different, you know, approach, different speed in our political decisions, in negotiations, in debates in the parliament or in the council. That is what is needed. Everything else, I am absolutely sure we can do. We can learn a lot from Ukraine, which builds their capabilities during the war. So for us, it's better to build our capabilities before the war.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking part in the panel. And thank you very much for hanging on till the end and for a very interesting conversation.
Okay.
Thanks
a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging on till the end. I think the key takeaway from today's session is there was, when Mario Draghi did his report about a year ago, there were fears that this would be one of these sort of worthy reports that would gather dust on a shelf. And I think that today's session and what we've heard from panels is it's clear that that those worries were perhaps overblown, that Europe has woken up, but it's also clear, as we heard from the Commissioner now, that there's still an awful lot to do, that the time to compete in a much more tooth and claw type of world, whether it comes to agriculture, to trade, to energy, and to defense, that Europe really has to wake up on a host of different fronts and reorganize itself. I think another theme that really came through in today's panels is that there is still this desire while making Europe more efficient, working better, is to retain innate characteristics of Europe. That came through with the European Central Bank Vice President Luis de Guindos, who said, simplify, don't deregulate. So I think the message coming through is that don't expect a massive revolution. You want to improve the functioning, but not completely junk it. I think that, that came through again with the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister, Taras Kachka, who welcomed the effort to streamline procedures to join the bloc, but it's clear that Ukraine wants to join a functioning EU and not one that's undergone a dramatic revolution. And again, as we heard from the Commissioner and from the Defense Procurement panel earlier today, is the overall conclusion is that Europe is awake but has to move much faster. On that note, I'd like to thank all the speakers who took part in the first day of the summit, as well as the moderators and the crew, and again to thank the partners for making the summit possible. Leading partners ASML, Bayer, EFPIA, and Google. Presenting partners Lilly, DP World, Revolut, and Santander. And knowledge partners McKinsey Global Institute. We are excited, and I hope that you're excited as well, that having lasted for so long, there's a happy hour reception where you can get some drinks, and that'll be held from now until 7 p.m. in the main networking room. We hope to see you there, and we also look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for day 2 of the summit. Thanks again.